Step up to Welspun Flooring, made in India, made for the world product.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 150 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, or to step. Humans are social beings.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us.
Disrupting the flooring industry and introducing the world to holistic solutions through innovation, creativity, and sustainability. Welspun is making a mark in home solutions with one of the most technologically advanced flooring capabilities, making us the first in the industry to design and manufacture hard and soft flooring products under one roof. Leading this change together, we aim to achieve new heights, unleashing new capabilities that are sustainable and unique. Embracing technology and working with an efficient team to come up with dynamic and unique solutions. Adapting new innovations to deliver the best quality. And as market dynamics change with unusual speed, our responses are built smarter. Step up to Welspun Flooring, made in India, made for the world product.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what's expected. That is our passion. For more than 150 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, or to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, places across town or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired or create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
घर के हर स्क्वायर फुट पर स्क्वायर फुट एक्सपीरियंस फ्लोर्स।
Disrupting the flooring industry and introducing the world to holistic solutions through innovation, creativity, and sustainability. Welspun is making a mark in home solutions with one of the most technologically advanced flooring capabilities, making us the first in the industry to design and manufacture hard and soft flooring products under one roof. Leading this change together, we aim to achieve new heights, unleashing new capabilities that are sustainable and unique. Embracing technology and working with an efficient team to come up with dynamic and unique solutions. Adapting new innovations to deliver the best quality. And as market dynamics change with unusual speed, our responses are built smarter.
Step up to Welspun Flooring, made in India, made for the world product.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 150 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments, or to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, from places across town or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest, for every place where we get inspired, create memories, for every place where we build a career or start a new chapter, for every place that shapes a community. for every place that matters.
Take an audio.
Actually, I thought it might be start of first panel. So if my panel first, might run into a soup.
रहो बेफिक्र, दिल खोल कर, घर के हर स्क्वायर फुट पर। स्क्वायर फुट एक्सपीरियंस फ्लोर्स।
Disrupting the flooring industry and introducing the world to holistic solutions through innovation, creativity, and sustainability. Welspun is making a mark in home solutions with one of the most technologically advanced flooring capabilities, making us the first in the industry to design and manufacture hard and soft flooring products under one roof. Leading this change together, we aim to achieve new heights, unleashing new capabilities that are sustainable and unique. Embracing technology and working with an efficient team to come up with dynamic and unique solutions. Adapting new innovations to deliver the best quality. And as market dynamics change with unusual speed, our responses are built smarter.
Step up to Welspun Flooring, made in India, made for the world product.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours and our security solutions.
हेलो है
And our security solutions ensure that what lies on
वो
the
ऑफ कर
other side
दीजिए ना Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Requesting everyone to please come in and take your seats. We'll be starting off with the conference in just about 5 minutes. Everyone in the back at the stalls, requesting everyone to please come and take your seats. Also, everyone in the lobby, requesting everyone to please come and take your seats. You can take your carry your tea, coffee, and your eatables on the table. We'll be starting off in another 5 minutes.
for more than 150 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Humans are social beings. We create buildings and cities, places where individuals come together and build communities. These are places to connect, stay, and love. Places to care for the generations that came before us while welcoming the next. Places to let our children grow and learn. To experience amazing moments or to step into new adventures. We are where our communities come together, from places across town or across the world, places that matter most to all of us. We provide safety, security, and sustainability to these places for people to move seamlessly and shape their lives. This is what our societies require. This is what has driven us for more than 150 years. This is why our customers put their trust in us. For every place where we learn or rest. For every place where we get inspired, create memories. For every place where we build a career or start a new chapter. For every place that shapes a community. For every place that matters.
कदम एक पागल मन जुनूनों की उमंग inside a fun ढूंढूं पर प्यारे बेफिक्र इसका तरजीह लो सारे है खास आजाद जज्बाते हैं खूब more heart per square foot
रहो बेफिक्र दिल खोल कर घर के हर स्क्वायर फुट पर
more heart per square foot
स्क्वायर फुट एक्सपीरियंस फ्लोर्स
Disrupting the flooring industry and introducing the world to holistic solutions through innovation, creativity, and sustainability. Welspun is making a mark in home solutions with one of the most technologically advanced flooring capabilities, making us the first in the industry to design and manufacture hard and soft flooring products under one roof. Leading this change together, we aim to achieve new heights, unleashing new capabilities that are sustainable and unique. Embracing technology and working with an efficient team to come up with dynamic and unique solutions. Adapting new innovations to deliver the best quality. And as market dynamics change with unusual speed, our responses are built smarter.
Step up to Welspun Flooring, made in India, made for the world product.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out.
Once again, requesting everyone in the back and in the lobby. I know there are a lot of people waiting outside and in the back to please come in and take your seats. We are already, I think, about 20 minutes late. So without any delay, we'd like to start it off. We'll have a lot of networking time post the summit. So I would love for you all to join us then. But for now, requesting everyone to please come in and take your seats. All right, so we'll start off. I think we'll everyone will trickle in and settle down into their seats. Just a quick introduction. My name is Rashmi. I'm the editor with the Commercial Design magazine, and this has been in Genesis with us for about 8 years now, and it's a platform that, as the title suggests, was just about smart workspaces, which was specifically technology focus, but it has now evolved to something so much more. And I know you all have heard a lot about what the conference is, but just to give you a quick gist, this is one platform where we try to bring together all the stakeholders involved in a building's life cycle. So starting from your developers to your PMCs who are executing it, architects who are designing it, designers also included, contractors who are building it, and also FMs who are maintaining, operating and managing these facilities through its entire, until the end. So we have all of these individuals together, and it so happens that not a lot of time that the FN gets to sit across the dais with a developer or with the architects to discuss the pros and cons of the entire process. So this is something that we have got together on this platform, and we have some amazing set of speakers today, and I'll let you know that each of these speakers have been vetted, brought together by the own community and the industry. So it is in reference to the topics, the points that we wanted to bring together. It's in discussion with each of these members that everyone have been selected and opted to come here today. So it's an really huge honor to have them and to hear them speak here. So without much further ado, now I'm going to call on stage Mr. Rahul Sequeira, who is the Managing Director at ITP Media India, to give us a quick opening address to understand what ITP and these platforms are all about. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Rahul Sequeira.
Thank you, Rashmi. It's truly an honor to welcome you all to the 31st edition of the Smart Office Summit. Firstly, good evening, everyone. Can we get some energy in this place? Good evening, excellent. So it's a very interesting time to be into commercial real estate. The industry is always evolving. It's not about creating buildings anymore. It's about creating experiences. And the occupiers of these buildings are looking for more sustainable places. They're looking for more greener opportunities. They're looking for more secure and accessible points. And the objective of us creating platforms like this is that we can have great collaboration and content about how we can all work together and come up with more effective solutions for our country. India is on a $4 trillion economy, and commercial real estate will play a pivotal role. When we look at developing warehousing, developing logistics supply, developing commercial real estate, building in high quality real estate so that we acquire the highest FMCGs, we add on entrepreneurship, and we basically get in people who create good opportunities across the board. So it's a platform where we looking at innovation, looking at collaboration, and looking at great discussion. As Rashmi did mention, we have a fabulous set of speakers. We have great partners who will give you all your solutions that you require. And we look for a great, great evening to take this evening ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you so much. He's been a pillar within ITP itself to actually found some really amazing platforms and actually give impetus to such initiatives. So thank you so much, Rahul, for all that you've done. And to take this evening further now, I am going to quickly invite on stage, like evenings like this are definitely impossible without the support of our industry partners. And we've had some real brilliant and beautiful long-standing relationship with each of these brands you've seen here. And it is not just about the partnership that they've brought to this table, but it's so much more that we've learned from there, be it the knowledge about where the industry is heading, what's happening, what's been the pain points, them talking to the members who are here, be it the speakers or the audience. So it's been more of a journey of knowledge with each of these members of the brands, be it Boon Edam, dormakaba, Featherlite, Welspun, and it's been a beautiful journey. So with this, I'm going to quickly call on stage Saket Sadhu, who's the sales director at dormakaba, where security is one of the most critical aspects in commercial industries. We have some of the most brilliant brands here presenting to you just a quick glimpse into what they have to offer. So with this, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Saket Sadhu.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good, very warm welcome to all of you and a very good evening. My name is Saket. Thank you very much. My name is Saket and I represent dormakaba. I am responsible for complete operations, sales and marketing activities for dormakaba north of India. And it's a pleasure to have such a talented and visionary group of professionals gathered under one roof. You are the creators of spaces, the shapers of experience, and the minds that transform ideas into structures that inspire, function, and endure. Through your work, you influence how people live, interact, and feel. Every line you draw, every spaces you imagine contributes to buildings, not just structures, but communities and futures. Today is an opportunity to connect, collaborate, and celebrate the passion that drives this incredible field. May this gathering spark new ideas, meaningful conversations, and partnerships that continue to push the boundaries of design excellence. Thank you for being here and for a remarkable impact you make throughout your work and craft. I'll start with the presentation. It will be a brief, short presentation. I'm not going to bore you with the standards, industry norms. We'll just talk about innovations. Request if we can start with the presentation. So the theme is for every place that matters. It's security, functionality is of prime concern for all of us. So about dormakaba, the glance about dormakaba, we have experience of around 160 years. We have our presence in 130 countries, 16,000 plus employees, 1,800 patents, 100 million R&D expenditure. The current turnover is around 2.9 billion. Dormakaba India represents from India. We are catering to Nepal, Bhutan, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. These are the countries we operate from in India, and we are headquartered in Chennai. What do we offer? We've got architectural specification team qualified from the Guild of Architecture, who ensures that whatever you guys think of, we bring it to the functionality. All the doors, what you think of, gets the real shape and image through the specification team. We have an in-house in India product management team along with the project management. We are the only company which offers service on a 100% platform. Like all the airports, I'm proud to say that 90% of the airports are running on dormakaba products at present. We recently inaugurated the Jewar Airport, which has got all the hardware from dormakaba, all the automatic doors, the barriers, swing barriers, the boarding pass gates, boarding gates, everything is done by dormakaba. Starting with the periphery, dormakaba offers a complete holistic approach to a project. We will start with the periphery, which is the boom barriers, securing the entrance of the building, touch-free, and making buildings for all. So automatic doors is a forte. One of my colleagues once introduced dormakaba automatic doors to our German counterparts. We are the Cadbury of automatic doors. So people don't know automatic doors, they will say dormakaba. Dormakaba is installed. So for automatic doors, we have the highest presence. Coming to the elevation, we have the revolving doors and the most premium, elegant-looking revolving doors. If you have a look at the short video there, it's the world's sleekest revolving door. We call it a Pizza Hut drive. The light which you see on the top at the DLF Cyber Park, the lights which you see there is actually the drive. There is nothing on the floor, so the maintenance becomes highly effective. Apart from that, we offer secure doors. Coming to the security, access control, we have the turnstiles. All the Adani airports are running on dormakaba boarding gates. So when you scan your boarding pass at the airport, chances are, 70% chances are it will be a dormakaba barrier, swing barrier. And we have kept aesthetics in mind, we have kept security in mind. So we can do a lot of modification. This is development, which is a technology transfer from Switzerland and Germany to India. So now the assembly happens in India, the controllers, the kits come from Germany, but we assemble them in India, so we can do modifications and we can do them fast. This is one of the new innovations for swing barriers. So real estate, we understand everything, every inch is money. So we don't want to waste any space on a real estate platform. So these are the standard barriers which you would have seen, but we have innovated the new one. There's no sound. So that's the complete swing barrier. So we have eliminated the tray, we have eliminated the rails, and this complete platform has all the security features and ensures that there's absolute zero tailgating, and we give you the best aesthetically available product in the country. These are the standard ones. I'll quickly move to the next. So along with Access, what do we offer? We offer a complete master keying solution, which is a new concept. Not a new concept, but we are promoting it in India because we believe that all the buildings, rather than carrying 100, 1,000 keys, the master keying system is something we can offer, which becomes very handy and offers you a lot of convenience when you're using your doors. Door closers is our forte. A lot of people know dormakaba for door closers only, but we are not a door closer company. We do a lot beyond door closers. Card readers, electromagnetic locks, access control. This is a complete portfolio of access control solutions we offer. We have a stall, and whenever you get time, we will be happy to invite you to our stall, and you can have a look at the product, which are not only aesthetically different from what is available in the market, but very secure and patented with respect to security standards. Door closers, yes, we can offer all kind of door closers, starting from the concealed ones, cam action door closers which are fit to use for physically disabled, where the force should not be more than 20 Newton. Along with that, the complete hardware range of motors, panic bars, and the hinges. One key, one campus, one key is another mission we are driving. This is especially with respect to the master keying system. So we can do the master keying, we can do the master keying for the doors. Along with that, we can do the complete master keying for your cabinets, wardrobe locks, and the complete set of locks that is required in a project. We can do the master keying for all of them. And of course, this is something which has picked up after COVID. All the buildings have to be inclusive, so we make restroom solutions for physically disabled people also, so that it's disabled friendly. And this is a new norm. I think, in fact, I remember this is my almost 19th year in Dorma. We used to sell maybe 10 or 15 physically disabled restroom solutions in a year. Now we sell at least 200 physically disabled restroom solutions in a month. So the industry norm standards are improving. And this gives us a platform to show you this product range where you can also incorporate in these in your projects. Demountable partitions is another forte which was earlier only a hospitality product, but now it's being used in most of the corporates because India, yes, is predominantly a GCC market, and we need more meeting rooms. We can make a smaller, bigger partition system. We started with the manual system, but we have the very high-end and top-end products now, which is a completely automatic movable wall, along with a vertically sliding system, which is called a Skyfold, most premium product. We never thought we will sell it in India, but we have sold almost 120 runs of Skyfold. This is the product in India, and I'm proud to say that Delhi has the tallest installation of Skyfold, which is in Dwarka Yashobhumi, which is almost 11-meter high. So a partition system which would take around 4 to 5 hours, with the click of a button, within 5 minutes, you can get the partition system activated, and your conference room, your convention center, you can divide it into 2, 3, 4 parts. And it saves a lot of time, and it's very accurate with a sound reduction of at least 50 to 58 dB. That's the prismatic one, the glass partition system, which is commonly used in conference rooms and corporates. And we are, yes, being a global company, we are environment friendly. We ensure we follow all the norms set up by United Nations. And I will not take much time now. Thank you very much for all your time. We have a stall there. My team will be more than happy to assist you with your questions. And it will be a pleasure to have you at your stall. Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So dormakaba had this really fun exercise that they wanted to do with y'all. It's a quiz kind of a thing based on what Mr. Saket spoke about here, and we have the gifts for each one of y'all who gets it right. All right. So we'll take just 4 minutes of this time, and we'll take 4 questions, and we'll see who gets these questions right. Mr. Saket, you want to ask the questions, or you want me to do the orders? All right. Okay. So the first question here is, what is the name of the dormakaba sliding folding partition system that can be parked into the ceiling? And what is the maximum sound insulation that can be achieved? This was one of the last point out. Can we take speaker. Oh my. And the
He is
second
good.
part of the question is, sorry?
He's clear. Yeah.
Oh my God, he's absolutely right. Okay.
Yes,
We'll give
absolutely.
him one of the gift bags here.
Bang on.
Bang on, yeah, that is actually true. Okay, the second one, all right. Among the dormakaba flap sensor barrier solutions, what is the sleekest body size? Anyone? No?
Stuff.
Oh, we've got one here. No, oh yeah, it is right again. Literally, we all right.
What
We've
do you
got.
do, ma'am? What do you do, ma'am?
Designing firm as a business head.
All right, but may I know the firm's name if you don't?
Nirman India Constructions Private Limited.
All right, really nice.
Yeah, thank
Okay, now the third question. Being a research-oriented organization, how many patents does dormakaba hold globally? I have to give it to her this time. Sorry?
1800.
Yes, that's the right one.
So everyone was really
I think you all
attentive,
made
huh?
it very easy, baby. Okay. So, all right. We'll do this one. The PWD accessibility solution from dormakaba is available for which floor types? Swing, sliding, or both?
Door types. What type of doors? Swing doors or sliding doors? Or both?
Yeah.
I think it's for both.
Absolutely.
Yes, it is for both. I guess all right, should we take one last question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, what is the name of the automated technology used in dormakaba's complete glass revolving doors? I think this is a.
I did not cover it in my presentation. Also.
You did not, but we have a raised hand here. Should we give it a try?
What's the technology we use for our revolving doors?
Glass doors. Okay, so it is out of syllabus. So basically, we cannot cover this in the this.
Maglev, and it's a similar technology which is used in bullet trains.
All right, okay, but a huge round of applause, Mr.
Thank you
Saket.
so
Really great. It was so nice to have you here. And a great audience too at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so now quickly we'll move to the second session of the day, which is going to be presented by Featherlite, and representing the firm is Satish Kumar Sharma, who is the president for sales and marketing. As big a role as ergonomics, furniture, everything that plays in office design. We have him. He's a dynamic speaker. You'll see it for yourself. So I'm going to quickly call on stage Mr. Satish Kumar Sharma. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Check. Hello. Good evening, everyone. Okay. So let's start. How many of you have seen the Featherlite stall here? Please raise the hands. So, I mean, there are still many who hasn't seen. So you should look at the stall. Two important products. One is height adjustable table is there, and second is ergonomic chairs. At the stall, there is a bowl, and we all need visiting cards because we'll be picking a lucky draw. And the person, whosoever wins, needs to be available here, and the person would get an ergonomic chair. Are you all thrilled? So if you haven't got the visiting card, you can take mine. No, you can put your name. You can take the card mine, but you can put the name and your phone number and put the card there. Okay. So I thought I'll just put it across. If you are not aware, please look forward. You may be the lucky one today evening. Let's go ahead with the topic. Acoustics, very important topic in today's environment. So we did certain research. We looked at the secondary data and we realized that before there was light, before there was anything on this earth, yogis say that there was sound. And the importance of this sound is for a particular frequency. For a particular frequency, if you have certain material, certain powder, they actually come up with a perfect geometric design. And if the frequency goes higher, the design becomes more intricate. Now that's the power of sound in terms of it. So before I go ahead, I thought I'll show one small video with regard to sound, the relationship of the frequency and this particular material. So we'll go back to the slides with the background. If you look at it, take certain physical material like sand, water, metal, and what happens is with a lower frequency, the geometric patterns are very simple, easy to understand, but as the frequency goes high, it becomes very complex, very intricate design. And this phenomena, we call it as cymatics. And if you look at it, in office also, there is a lot of relation with regard to the sound. We will come back to that. And this is what I was sharing with you. If the frequency is low, look at with 125 hertz, 250 hertz, the design is relatively simple. But if the frequency goes high, it becomes very intricate, very detailed. Now, there has been a Swiss physician who found this, and he correlated that how with the frequency, the geometric designs can undergo a change. Now, in an open office, everybody likes open ceiling, everybody wants to collaborate, people like to connect each other, but the other side of this open environment is if we are very noisy, if we are very loud, it doesn't help an employee to be very focused. It doesn't help the employee to be very productive. Because the research says that if I or any employee who is working loses the focus, sometimes it takes 30 to 40 minutes to actually go back. And that is how the architects, the designers, the people who are making certain material, they look from acoustics and say that, hey, if you are using in an open area, can I look at that material which absorbs sound? Can I look forward for the material which has a noise reduction coefficient good enough to absorb? And it doesn't get restricted to the pods. It means lot of other material, including your flooring, ceiling, wall, furniture, everywhere. If the environment is open, you need to use those products which makes things very easy. Or else what happens is the productivity goes down, there is a cognitive fatigue, and the focus, the concentration becomes a little challenge. Let's look forward. How many of you have seen this product, insulated pod, or use at your office? Please raise the hands. So all the ones who are raising are having this insulated pod, and I'm very sure you see the advantage where you need to have the confidential discussions. People just get into those pods, have those interactions, and they move out, right? And these pods are so modular in nature, they are not linked with the AC, they are on its own. The cold air from the floor, it actually comes in, the hot air moves up, and there is an infrastructure for the light, for the air to rotate, and then people use it, have confidential discussion, it is open, it's modular in nature. If somebody is not using on a respective floor, you can dismantle and re-erect at any other place. So that's an advantage of the insulated pod. And when you use this, the sound, the decibels can get arrested to 25 dB to 30 dB. Now that's an advantage if you use these particular pods. Presently, Featherlite is importing this product. Parallelly, we are looking at indigenously making it at our factory very shortly. Products like this creates a micro ecosystem for the people to interact and have those shelves available where you can add depending upon the space available. This is also a product which is, getting more traction. If you look at this product, this is a fixed workstation. If you look at the screen, if you look at the modesty panel, the material is different. It is no more the pre-laminated or the metal which is used there. It is the PET material. So you use this material, it helps in absorbing sound. The other advantage of this is the screen which is there. If you want to have a collaboration, the user themselves can remove the screen. You don't have to call a technician. The screen can be just pulled over. So we got 2 showrooms here in NCR region, one at Noida, sector 11. We have at MG Road. Please feel free to have a look at this product, how it can make a difference if you use this PET material. Any answers for this? What is this product? So this is height adjustable table, which we have put up here as a mock-up. And if you look at the screen, it is a single screen used. Again, this material absorbs sound. It has a better noise reduction coefficient. So whenever you are looking at solutions in an open plan, open floor system, please look forward for these particular, products which can help in absorbing sound and to move away from a sedentary lifestyle. I think today everybody looks forward for a height adjustable table. Depending upon your height, you can adjust the work surface where you want. Very nice product. Today, real estate is one of the second largest cost that sits on the balance sheet. And if you want to reuse your office area in a better way, use these products with the casters. So what happens is with the casters, you can create these zones. When you do not need, you can actually move these screens, stack it along with the wall. So this is an advantage. And the material which is used again for these screens are acoustic in nature. It absorbs sound. That's an advantage. Products like this, down, if you look at, they are casters. Again, it will give you an opportunity to move this product anywhere. Plus, it helps you to store and a PET material which is used. So you want to demarcate certain areas, right? On a floor, you want to demarcate certain zones. You can look forward for these products which can help you to have those one-to-one conversations. When you don't need, just move this material to the corner. Where you can add biophilic, where you can improve the quality of air. Look forward for the green solution. It gives a very good impact to the eyes and for the people who are using it. And a lot of PET material is used. You can add the storages also there. Products like this, plug and play, will help you to connect with your co-partner, colleagues, and have this discussion. And then you have that PET material surrounded, which again helps in absorbing. It gives you a library kind of a feeling. So all these products are made at our factory. We got 3 factories in Bangalore, 1 in Chennai at Sri Perumbudur. Any of you traveling that side, please let us know. We would like to host you at the factory and show you what kind of a machinery, what kind of a process we are using to make these products. Storages, very key, but storages, at times what happens is when you all design, storages are at one corner part of the office floor plate where people just dump their helmets, the files. But storages can also become like this where people can interact. They can have one-to-one kind of a discussion, open storage, which looks much better aesthetically. And if you want to have a locker system, something like this with a perforation, again, it helps from sound aspect. And you can have those open shelves to add solutions also. So even the storages can be made more appealing for the employees in the office. So what I did is like look forward for a product from sound as a background. And if you feel that you are coming up with more open designs, look forward for this material because it helps in absorbing sound and they are modular in nature. So I thought that we will try to link the products with the important topic acoustics. Hope you liked it, and whenever you get time, please feel free to come down to our stall. Thank you so much.
All right, so we move to the first panel discussion of the day. Just 1 second. We just need to get the chairs set up here. So our first panel discussion of the day is, the topic is titled as Bridging the Gap Between Global Standards and Local Realities. Moderating this panel is one of our actual advisors, and we've been with him picking on his brain about the topics, the people, the industry for a long time now. And I'm so glad to have him here again with us on this platform. It's architect Vistas Bhagwagar, who is the principal architect at AVA Design Studio. And I'll let you know that each of these panel members are something that he's vetted, he's understood their inputs on this topic, what they can bring for the audience members and this particular initiative. And it is post that he also discussed. In fact, if you all go through our WhatsApp groups, you all will know the kind of prep and the questions, everything that each of these panel members or moderators that have put into this. So I'm going to quickly call on stage each of my panel members, and I'm going to hand it over to architect Vistas. So joining him are panel members Kapil Agarwal, who is the vice president for projects at Aditya Birla Corporation. With him is Priyansh Sharma, who is the director and regional head for occupier projects at Turner and Townsend. With them are Diksha Gulati, who is the architect at Architecture Discipline. With them, we also have another architect who is Vinod Singhi, who is the founder for Basics Architects. And joining them finally is Shruti Garg, who is the head for occupier sector for North Division and PDS at JLL India. So with this, I'm going to call each of my panel members on stage, and I'm going to quickly hand this over to Vistas. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for them. Taking their time out, joining us on this busy evening, it means a lot to us. So, Vistas, you're going to be at the podium or at the... All right, okay, perfect. Over to you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Lovely to be back on this very annual event for me and for a host of my colleagues out here as well. Because it's FIFA time, I thought, we should huddle together as a group. It's more in the spirit of, being part of one team. And talking about FIFA, I'd say that I'd like to start by saying we're talking about workspace, but much like FIFA, there's a bit of football going around. Now, what's that? The goalposts are changing. Today, there's a whole lot of change that's happening in the workspace environment. The kind of changes and challenges that we are facing is just amazing. I mean, the nature of work has changed. Where we work has changed. How we work has changed. Who's working has changed. What's working, what's not working has changed. There's been a whole lot of traction, a whole lot of change in the kind of generations. There's been a change in the way spaces are being taken up. Larger spaces converting to smaller ones, smaller spaces, breaking up into a hub and spoke model. Employee expectations are changing. People are traveling. People are Pinteresting, the biggest challenge around. So a whole lot of changes that are happening, that are shifting the goalpost really. And therefore, this topic of ours about bridging the gap between global standards and local realities is so very relevant. I think, the modern workspace today is increasingly shaped by these global influences. You're talking mostly about wellness, well-being. You're talking about sustainability certifications. You're talking about smart technologies and hybrid work models, etc. But today, India's market is a different market. And I think a whole lot of us would agree about that. Uh, Everything out there is unique. I mean, I'm not talking about Vastu. I'm not talking about climate. I'm talking, the change in the urban populations, the change in the demographies, the change in the generations that are in the offices, the varied demands, expectations of a more traveled, a more Gen Z based office. So I think with all these challenges that we're facing, we still have budgets, we still have timelines, we still have operational realities, we still have a whole host of problems that are, that we're grappling with all the time. And so today's discussion is about finding that balance. So without, taking too much more time with the ticker in front of us, let me start by asking Shruti. Shruti, so let's talk about global standards versus local context. So many organizations aspire to build global standard workplaces, but what does that actually mean in the Indian context? I mean, do we just blindly adopt global benchmarks or do we adapt them? What's your take on that, Shruti? And then I'll have Diksha on this.
Sure, thanks. Thanks for the question and thanks for having us here. So I know, and I can imagine, Vistap, this is a question very close to your heart as well, and a lot of architects who are present here. So my understanding is that global standards essentially are about consistency. It's about bringing some kind of a benchmark or establishing a baseline. And that is how they should be treated. So when you speak about global standards and local context, there should not be any division. We need to find a balance between that design and execution, and a very good balance between what is consistent, what is a baseline benchmark, and what can be achieved within the local culture, within the local materiality, availability, economy. So I don't think these are two different things. They have to work together.
So if I was to ask, which international workplace trend really is relevant to India or to our context here, very quickly.
To me again?
Yeah.
Sure. So let's say some of the basic things that we look at when even you start with a design, you would look at an area per workstation.
Yeah.
We've seen how workspaces evolved from a 60 or a 70 or an 80 square feet per workstation to something which is now globally acceptable at 150 or 120 square feet. So why not adapt that? But adapt it to local sensibilities and availability of space, material.
So I'd like to ask Shruti. Shruti, sorry, Diksha, I'm so sorry. Diksha, can we really develop, workplace standards that are Indian and, that in reverse become global benchmarks? I mean, can we flip it around the other way?
Yeah, sure. So I think this phrase of global workspace standard is often misunderstood. It is not something that can be replicated, when people say global standard workplace. What are these standards? We should not just be looking at replicating a solution that, say, works abroad, can fit in our Indian context. So I would rather look at it with respect to the principles that are underlying in a global workspace. which is, say, well-being for employees or sustainability, adaptability, or accessibility for that matter. And these principles are what matters most. So if you ask me, I would say that global standards can work better as a framework for thinking, but not as a template for designing. And once we actually overcome this, difference between global workspaces and Indian context, I think we can generate benchmarks that are relevant across the globe.
Would any of the Indian trends be something that could be taken globally? Is there any influence of the Indian workspace, say the chatter in the cafe, or say the serendipitous encounters in the cafe, coffee counter, or something like that? Is there something that we can take?
So, of course, that is happening day in and day out these days in our workspaces around us. It's like our cafes are not just for dining, it has become a collaborative space. Similarly, if you have an open courtyard or an outdoor space right next to your office, that has become a space for interactions or to hold informal meetings with your team.
Okay, so I'll take it from there. I think what we are talking as a panel is that, great workplaces are context sensitive. They cannot be cut, copy, paste solutions, right? That's the takeaway. Vinod, coming to you, if we were to look at climate, culture, and workforce needs, how should workplace design respond differently, to local culture, to local workforce needs, to local climate? What's your take?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. So as you just said, it's context driven, And I think when we talk about context, the first thing which comes is the climate, And, as we know, especially the North India, the way the climate is, the composite climate, we face all the weathers, we face all the seasons, So one of the most important things is how do we design with climate, How do we insulate our buildings? How do we make sure that the energy loads are less? How do we make sure we have good daylighting? So again, of course, a lot of the heavy lifting is, when we talk about workspaces, is done by the architects, designing the buildings. But specifically, what we have also seen is when we design the buildings as well as the interiors, I think if we can really bridge the gap between the two, correct. But again, the climate becomes an important part. Again, let's remove the architect out of it. Let's look at it as in the interior design space. But again, as an interior design, how do you place your rooms? How, is it the east, west, north, south? So that can make a lot of difference in terms of
hand on your heart, are we really still, looking at global influences rather than, the Indian need? I mean, is there still the need to look at global images and import them and subject them to our Indian offices?
I think absolutely not. I think this is the mistake we've been doing. I think we've been copying buildings from Singapore or, elsewhere. And we've tried to put them in the context, And, what India is and what our needs are absolutely different, So buildings, again, of course, we're moving slightly from the workspace, but, they need to be absolutely sensitive, So one of the things what we really do is in Indian climate, what we have seen is definitely adding a second skin, outside, even if you're doing a glass because you need a glass, correct. So we need to adapt our designs for our climate,
Okay, so, I would like to say one thing. I'd like to say that India need not be following global workplace standards. We should be creating new ones of our own. And I think there is great need for people who are Indian to not just make Indian, but think Indian. I think Make in India has been something we have been talking a lot, but think Indian. And I think that's something that I'd
Absolutely.
like to add. Yeah. Okay, so Kapil, he's flown all the way from Mumbai and he's been here especially for this function. We should give him a round of applause. He's come all the way and maybe he's catching a flight back. Local materials and construction practices. Can we achieve global quality while relying more on local materials and craftsmanship? there's a greater and greater penchant in modern day offices of bringing a little bit of art, culture, craft into the domain of, the workspace. So what's your take on that?
So, Bistap, I would say thank you everyone first for having me here. On the context, I would say, I think back in the days when we started working on projects, we started looking at client briefs and understanding them, how important your office was. That actually briefed us on how the ambience would be. So most of the materials, let's say from finishing to everything, was imported, and that defined the quality of the office or the state of the office. So right from furniture to finishes to carpets, everything was imported, and that was a statement more by the client to us as project managers than anything else. Today, I think things have changed. Our craftsmanship has improved. Our mechanization has improved. We have a factory-made furniture. We have artisans who have, I mean, our art is the top of the world. Over the past decade, the kind of visibility that we have, our artisans, our craft across the world is gone up. Indian manufacturing has gone up. We have, I mean, right from, I think today, when back then 10 years, so 10 years or more when we started Make in India, I have still not seen uh, uh, um, an event or let's say somebody call it a Make in India office, right? We still call Make in India manufacturing, but today is the day where we can say I will not import anything because we are talking about sustainability, we're talking about decarbonization, we're talking about reducing our carbon footprint. So why not ensure that each and everything that we use in our offices is Indian, and that only helps the economy as well as the offices that we put together. And I don't think quality will have any difference from getting it from importing it from anywhere or using a product which is Indian.
Shruti, I'd like to ask you, can Made in India be a competitive advantage? Can we have a certain pride in saying this carpet, without taking brand names, is a rug from Jaipur? Or, this particular artwork is from XYZ. Is there something we can work towards that in reality?
Sure, of course. So it's not just about, it's not just about artifacts and art. It's actually about building that ecosystem which helps us execute. So we design in India and we can very well execute in India. And that ecosystem is developing. We've seen it grow beyond the artifacts. So you said rugs, you said artifacts. That's a reality. We are already doing it. The other aspect is, again, I keep going back to the fact the global and local is actually a very fine balance. And it has to be driven by professionals like us who bring in that knowledge to our clients and insist that, yes, whether it's your cost, sustainability, as Kapil said, or your lead times or construction execution, there are things that can be very well defined on a global standards in India. So definitely that balance has to be sought and defined by us. And if I may say, we must have a pop-up quiz for people at the back later.
There's this great misconception about local versus imported stuff, and it's really the saddest thing. And I'd really like the people at the back to listen a little more because we're having a very interesting conversation. The saddest thing is that, we sometimes confuse premium with imported. Anything imported is premium. Anything premium has to be imported. And I think that's a myth that we all need to, burst. So I'll go on to the next question. This is I'm going to change it around a little bit. Let me ask you, Priyansh. Regulations and compliance. Now, you deal with a lot of that. You deal with a lot of companies that are very high on regulations and compliance. As a client, you can either prescribe specifics or describe. Over-specifying leads to over-control and less innovation. What are the biggest challenges balancing innovation with codes? And I'm not necessarily asking you to answer it in a creative way. I would say to answer it in a manner that you are seeing it happening today.
Thank you for the question and thank you for having me here. Uh, I would just like to say three things first. When it comes to me, how the innovation is getting, say, arrested by compliances, that is awareness, acceptance, and absorption. So the biggest thing which I have seen, especially with the architect fraternity, is once you are aware of what the compliances are, it could be local compliance, it could be, say, government norms, it could be a client's global guidelines. You have to be aware of it. And then you have to accept them. They are there for, benefit of the users. They are there to guide you to do the right thing and then absorb them. The biggest challenge I see with our space, the resistance, because you're not aware of, say, certain guidelines, could be anything, and when you are into a process, somebody then maybe educates you, you get to know, and then the resistance starts, right? So if on day one you were aware of it, you can very well design, you can actually bake the compliances into the design. So instead of saying no at the first place, you could start the question yes if, so you have to accept it if, and then the benefits follow. So I think it's all about having that mindset which is positive, because they are there, the compliances are there, somebody learned would have made them, be it from the government authority, be it from some global real estate, compliance teams. So they have been devised to make everything, aligned, seamless, and consistent. So we have to adapt eventually rather than fighting, against them. So that's what my take would be.
Right. Vinod, I'll just ask you to jump in. Do you find codes to be an enabler or a barrier? Do you find codes and compliances to be an enabler?
Codes.
Codes.
Yeah,
To
so,
be an enabler or a barrier?
So I think, so I don't think they are a barrier as such, because most of the codes, like, whether it's related to, fire line safety or something, I think they are completely essential, whether we're talking about accessibility. So I think, we used to think much earlier, like, there are a barrier, but I think these are absolute essential. And I don't think, but again, I would also say that, I think we are, got to go a couple of steps ahead of this. I think we got to be talking about air quality, how the, indoor spaces are. So I think this could also be looked at as more from a code perspective than just this basic fire line or something,
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree. I think, there was a time when we as architects, and I'll confess in younger days, would say, oh, we are artists, we are, dreamers, we are people who are engaged in creativity. And we were doing more harm to ourselves by not actually following codes and compliances. And I think that's a mindset shift that we need to bring in. We are, space engineers. We are, we need to look at things that way. I mean, that's for a lot of younger people who I'm trying to find in the crowd out here. Okay, so lovely. We're now going to move to, discussing about designing in tighter spaces. Diksha, this question is for you. How do we design smarter rather than bigger? It's very easy for people to take large spaces, overbuild, overprovide, and over-design, I would say. But it requires a far more shrewder and more calculated approach to actually build within confines of space, within limitations. So, how do you really see this new move towards flexible working, towards agile working, towards these new ways of working that came up after COVID?
So I think when you talk about designing in limited space, a lot of times the first instinct that comes up is how many people can we fit in this space? Instead of asking how can we make this space work smarter or work better, a lot of people would ask with respect to the density that it can handle. So I feel that with the time that has been changing, with everything that has been going around, our spaces need to work harder than the design itself. So even if it's a limited workspace, which is the case in today's day and age, the urban real estate is shooting up. So one cannot afford a large enough workspace. Now, in such cases, I think our spaces need to double up and have that multifunctional aspect to them.
Versatility.
Versatility, correct. So our meeting rooms are not just for meetings. Our dining spaces are not just for lunch. So if you ask me, there was this project that we recently completed. There we have actually worked out the entire space around, say, a 12-meter long table, which acts like a collaborative space. It's not just a workstation. And then there is flexibility in the space for various things. If there are meetings to be attended, there are meeting rooms of various scales. There are phone booths, there are huddle spaces. So each space, each square foot of that space is adding more value. It's giving more value to each and every user rather for it to be just a number.
Let's ask a Mumbai boy out here who's been living in Mumbai. He's a Delhiite, by the way, but he spent the last 2 years in Mumbai, right? So what's your take on that?
In fact, I was just about to jump in with a live example of my own that I did. When I started working on an office, group division office, it came in. The lease was finalized, the space was taken in. I was given the design brief directly. 7,300 square feet, 115 people. First instance, that's not possible. But then when things are done, you have to follow instructions, and that is what we did. And we managed what we. So let's say when we started designing, right from how the daylight would come in, to how the workstation would flow, cubicles, workstations, cabins, meeting rooms, phone booths, just about every component of the office was designed in the way a larger office would happen. And we ensured that there is no density cloud that is there in the office towards the end. And today, the office is running for almost an year, and I've had no complaint whatsoever of being tight, no light, where the air quality is bad, or there is no biophilics in the office. It's more about how you apply the design, irrespective of the density. At times you have to follow the brief. You would obviously like more real estate so that you can design more, be more creative. But then even when you have tighter spaces, it is not that you cannot design it or it cannot be made functional.
Yeah. So funnily, one anecdote to add on to that, when we are designing in tight spaces, we typically get a brief, you got to fit 1,000 people, into this place, etc., etc. One conversation changed that with a client, and I asked him, do you have 100% people coming, attendance every day? And then they dug out and they found that they're actually having only 60% people coming in. So why are we really wasting space, and why are we not embracing newer ways of working? That is an eye-opener, and that's happening rampantly across the industry. So that's something that, really ties into what we're discussing. I think more and more we need to value real estate space and understand that today, with people working from anywhere, you are actually coming to office to meet each other. And if you're not allowing that and you're only putting desks on the floor plate, you're not really contributing too much. So in that way, workplace strategy is today bigger than design strategy.
Mr. I want to come in and just say one thing. Diksha referred to it. So efficiency should not be a bad word. Even if our clients are paying very high rentals for the space that they get. So efficiency should be the driving force, but again, there has to be a balance, as she rightly said. Agility, flexibility, everything has to be combined. So it is on, again, professionals like us to make sure that we give this to our client. But efficiency has to be the start.
No, absolutely. Spoken from where you come from. So actually, yes, Vinod.
So I'll go back to what Shruti said. So you said from 80 square feet, we're moving to a 120 square feet workspace, But, if you look at it from a completely different dimension in terms of sustainability, it just doesn't make sense. right? So, I just feel that, looking at the, the challenges we face today, I think we should definitely moving into a compact spaces, multifunctional spaces, and see, because it's not just not just about workspaces, but I think this is for every built environment we do, So from that perspective, I think we need to be compactor.
So I want to ask you, Kapil, again, high density urban workplaces. How do we create healthy workspaces in dense cities? I mean, we alluded to this, desk density versus wellness and well-being. How much is too much? How much is enough? How do you define that?
There is no definition with that. So, as in apart from, let's say, what NBC tells you that it is this square feet per person, I mean 100 or 80 or 50 or whatever. But other than that, there's no definition. It's more about how much you're willing to. So let's say 15 years ago, you had developers selling you floor plates with almost 80% efficiency. Today, it's 60 or even lesser, right? Mumbai, especially from the market that I'm coming from, at least they talk about only carpet areas and no super areas. So we don't talk about efficiency when we do a lease. The lease stays on that carpet area, the area that you use. So every calculation is done over there. And then when we talk about, I mean, I just briefed that, denser spaces, the only way you can make them feel better is when you make them flexible, when you allow natural light, you put in the biophilics, and the biggest problem in dense offices is acoustics. So the way you play with acoustics, the way you put in your acoustic panels, how many absorption surfaces, reflection surfaces, you will have to plan that out. Because, the denser offices will get noisy and it will lead to employee discomfort, which can be avoided.
So let me jump in and ask that, global offices, because that's what our topic is, are relatively less dense. They are not obsessed with densities. They are not obsessed, Shruti, with efficiencies, as you said. Why is it that we take we don't take the best from them, we take the worst from them and try and implement it into our places in a sense? Why are we not looking at densities that are happening abroad? And for example, look at that. Anyone, this could be anyone answering. Yeah, Priyansh.
So I think, like Kapil was saying, that things have changed over the period of time. And my observation, again, it's my personal belief, after COVID, what I've seen is because of this hybrid work culture which has come across, the real estate footprint of most of the corporate has been shrinking, but it is not impacting their top line, it is not impacting their profitability, it is not impacting the money they want to spend on their real estate actually, because it is one of the biggest attraction to get new talent. So you have less of the square footage to fit out, you still have almost the same money which you were spending earlier. So that is where they have, and again, the pressure to pull people back into office, because that has been the biggest challenge, which, returning to office, still you push people to come to office, they would like to rather quit and then find someone where, people get to work from home. So the pressure, or not, I would not say pressure, but the motivation for most of the corporators to actually now use that extra buck they have to make the offices which are better, which are more inviting, and like, Shruti was saying, it's more flexible, as well as more efficient now. Rather than just packing workstation and nobody turning up, have less seats, but make sure that whosoever wants to come to office, they actually enjoy coming to office.
Yeah. So I'd really call that a shift in focus to purpose density rather than just desk density. Trying to look at creating more purposeful spaces and more such options rather than just desk densities. Okay. So Vinod, I'm going to come to you now and ask you about multi-generational workforces. We today have offices where 4 generations are working together. So how should design respond to that? What is it that, could really take to make, a baby boomer, a Gen Z, a Gen X, Gen Y, everybody work together? What does it take?
So many generations there, 4 generations. And it's like...
And we're represented here. By the way, we have all the generations here.
All Gen Z. So again, like, I think, when we... so 4 generations, right? Somebody aged between 60 to 70 would be a baby boomer, and somebody maybe 25. So that's a lot of age gap, right? And how do you tackle them? And how do you, because the needs are so different, because generally a baby boomer would be like much conservative, you would expect him for a more of a private space, more focused space. And, when you come to the Gen Z, they are looking at open spaces, they are looking at, variety of spaces, So I don't think, so when you have all the four generations working together, I think another way of looking at it is not just about the age, this thing, but I think as designers, what we can do is maybe look at creating those variety of spaces which fit to all these age groups, So you're not really, so you, in a sense, you're catering to all of them, but also in a sense, what you're also doing is, this is how offices have evolved, because there's a focus space, there's a collaborative space, there's a community space, So I think that could be the approach about, making, providing that variety of spaces,
Okay, so I mean, if I was to do some crystal ball gazing, I would really say that the office of the future is going to be very, very different. We started talking about these sort of things post-COVID, and then we stopped talking about them because work started coming back again. But just like the draw unit disappeared post-COVID and lockers came in, and unassigned seats became more fashionable than assigned seats as a result, I think tomorrow the desks themselves are going to, disappear. And the landscape of the office is going to be, more productive, more loungy, more club-like. And people are going to attach the highest value for physical meeting rather than digital meetings. And I think that really is going to be the future. I have, looking at the time, we can slip in this question, Priyansh, cultural preferences. The role of context, climate, culture are big design influencers. How do organizations maintain consistency while respecting regional diversity? How do we sum it up?
So I'll be very quick. I think we are less on time. So I think it's all about choosing the elements which you would like to affect. Elements like, say, audiovisual technology, elements like ergonomics, they need to be as global as possible because, you would like that seamlessness, that consistency. Somebody sitting out of India can connect somebody, sitting out of, say, London. So there, the consistency has to be there. So the global must, take the precedence. But then, like I said, the spaces are the second most powerful attraction medium apart from the salaries you pay to the employees. So you need to make sure that, especially the concept of resi-mercial, which has come up after COVID, you must have heard it a lot. So every locality, people are still, attracted by the offices, and the residences are different, right? So the people living in, say, Kochi, people living in Lucknow or Jaipur, they have a certain way of living, right? So to make sure that they feel the same level of warmth in their office, the local connect has to be brought into the design. And the more and more focus, because of those tier 2, tier 3 cities getting bigger, most of those people have stopped coming to bigger cities, tier 1 cities. They want to be in their local households and then come to office. I think the idea should be, and that is what I've seen in most of we did a project in Lucknow where very, very heavy intensive designing in terms of the graphics, in terms of the artwork, local artisans were called, local products for use, so that people do feel that connect, that this is, our local office, but then having experience of the global technologies they are, peers are used to work for.
All right, so we've spoken a lot. We've got 5 minutes left. And now comes the rapid fire session. It's always very interesting. I'm going to request any two of you to answer any of the rapid fire questions, not more than 5 or 6 words, okay, in terms of answering. So one global trend that we must stop copying. Anybody?
Density per square feet is what we talked about.
Okay.
Right? We have to develop it on our own.
Start copying. Stop
We
copying.
should stop copying. One global trend that doesn't work well in India that we should stop copying.
I'll say the open desking.
The open desking, oh, that's interesting. I'd say technology over-reliance. I think that's a global trend that maybe we should stop copying so much. You cannot be reaching out for your mobile phone to enter the washroom. Okay, so okay, so next question. One trend India should embrace faster in the workspace domain.
Maybe I should answer this. I think there is still a taboo towards work from home. At least if I talk about my industry, globally, my counterparts, they see it as normal as possible, because the connectivity is far stronger. But in India, still, I think we carry that taboo that if somebody is working from home, we're not seeing them, we don't know what they're doing, right? So that should be accepted as
All right.
fast as possible.
My three-word answer would be better employee experience. I think we are still counting heads on desks. We should be looking at better employee experience to the extent we can. Okay, one must-have design feature in a workspace.
Acoustics.
Acoustics. Okay. Anyone
I
else?
think light, space, and air. These
Okay.
three things.
All right.
Less cabins.
Less
cabins, for sure.
Less cabins, lovely. Okay. I'd also say biophilic design. The more we do that.
Lots of light.
Lots of light. Okay. One workplace myth to challenge. What's that one workplace myth that we'd like to challenge? Like, let's say a functional office is better than a beautiful office. That's a myth. We should maybe challenge that. Because at the end of the day, you want people to come to office. It's not just a functional area.
I'm dying to answer that. So
That's your answer?
yes, I'll
Okay.
answer that. See, my take is that a well-designed office should also be a well-maintained office. So the myth is that a good office is not
Very
just
nice.
a well-designed
Yep.
office.
Absolutely.
It should not just look beautiful, but it should remain beautiful for next 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, for whatever it was intended for. It
Right.
cannot be just till we hand it over to you.
Lovely answer. Yeah, absolutely.
I think one more thing is still, how flexible we get, but still, if not 100%, 80% of our desks are still fixed desks. So we still want to own a desk in the office with our plants, with our photos, with everything that we do. And we're still not as flexible as we should have been for anywhere desking as we want our working staff to.
Okay. So I have one question for the audience. Everybody, please pay attention. Supposing you're a CEO of a new office, what is that one change any of you would insist on bringing into your workspace? Very simple question. Fastest finger first, please. We shall ask the Featherlite store to dole out something. Yes, please. Anybody? If you were the CEO, yes, go ahead.
So for me, as a younger generation, for me, it would be having a lot of collab spaces. It should not be a fixed seating. Definitely, our office has it. I come from JLL, and we have flexible seating and a lot of collab spaces. So it gives a lot of flexibility when I don't feel like working from my desk. I can work at the terrace or the cafe or the collab spaces. So I think more offices should be incorporating this feature.
All right, collab spaces. Anybody else? Yes, the lady there. Yes, please. You can use the mic again.
It should be more of a plug-and-play system. Just sit wherever you want to sit and start working. So it should not be a regular formal office space, more
Okay.
of a collab and an informal setup.
Right, lovely. Because she's from my office, she's telling me something that I'm not doing. Thank you. Okay. So last question, anybody? There, right at the back. Yes. Yes. Mic there quickly.
More of height adjustable chairs or like workstations would be recommended, and more of breakout areas, since like we all are the young generation
Breakout
working-
areas,
Yes.
already covered.
Yes.
Thank you.
Height adjustable workstations.
Yeah,
basically.
okay, thank you so much. We've run out of time. I'd just like to say one last thing, just a minute more. One last thing that I think, to sum up today's session, it's not about being a design challenge anymore. It's more about being an integration challenge today. Today, it's more about how do you bring people together? How do you bring technology into the workspace? How do you make things more sustainable? How do you make things more durable, as we were talking about on the panel? I think it's more about integration, integrating the must-haves, and still trying to look at the could-haves and the lovely to haves kind of things in workspace. So thank you very much, everybody. We enjoyed this session. I hope you enjoyed the session, and it's always been fun in this setting. Thank you very much, Rashmi and the whole team.
Thank you so much, Vistas, and to each of the panels. I couldn't have asked for more from an inaugural panel discussion. It was so lively, and each of your thoughts and the way Vistas moderated, I mean, that's hands down. I know I've always loved listening to each of y'all. So I'm going to quickly call on stage to presenters to present a small token of appreciation from our end. If y'all can just come ahead for a quick photo op. In that time, I would love to call on stage Mr. Somnath Chaudhary from dormakaba and also Mr. Satish Kumar Sharma from Featherlite to hand over a small token of appreciation from our end to each of our speakers. If you can just come a little ahead, we'll just take a quick photo. Yes. Here we So while we wrap this, I'll just introduce our next session for the day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I know it was a great panel and a great discussion. Just one minute. We just wanted one quick group photo of the speakers again with the.
We're back.
Yes, we. So we have next in line another industry address by Boon Edam Entrance Technologies. This is about how office spaces are balancing security, experience, aesthetics, the flow, managing the traffic, all of it together. And Boon Edam has a great portfolio that they've put together to present to each of y'all. So I'm going to quickly call on stage Mr. Ashish Kumar, the sales director for Boon Edam, to present a quick overview about what the company's products and their offerings are for you guys here. So we're just going to quickly empty the stage and I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Ashish Kumar. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Ashish Kumar here. Also, this particular presentation also has the quiz that happens later on. So do keep in mind we'll come back with gifts for each of the right answers. Over to you, Ashish.
Thank you. I just need a pointer to, yep. Next, back.
Okay, good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, before coming today evening, one thing is very famous for North, especially for this city, Delhi Dilwalo ki hai. The people backside, I am sure you all are Dilwale and we're going to hear me patiently and for full attention. So I'm looking forward the people backside. So
Requesting everyone in the back to please stay silent. There's way too much noise that's coming into the ballroom. So requesting to everyone to at least take your seats because there are a lot of people standing back there and that's causing too much disturbance on stage. So please respect the speakers, requesting you all to stay silent or please come ahead and take your seats. Thank you.
thank you, Rosmi. And again, I said like people are Dilwale here in Delhi. They will hear more. Again, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, ITP Media, Mr. Rahul, Mr. Injit, Rashmi, and ITP team giving this opportunity to us present Boon Edam's solution in front of such an informed audience. And we just had a very fantastic panel discussion. And I picked some word very important where Mr. Vistaf was talking about purposeful spaces, purposeful offices. Then Ms. Shruti and Ms. Diksha was talking about efficient work offices. And very important part when Vinu sir started talking about like, okay, it should be variety of spaces, a different type of varieties in terms of which can accommodate different thoughts. And of course, sustainability is an important topic. And I'm going to cover some small things about that. So a brief introduction about company. Boon Edam, it's a Dutch company based in Netherlands. It started in 1873 by Mr. Boon, and later on he shifted to a city called Edam. Edam is famous globally for cheese and now famous for revolving doors also from last 100 years from Boon Edam. So we are having a factory in 3 different continents, presence more than 60 countries, having offices in different countries and more than 4,000 people. So it's totally global company. In country, we are working from last 26 years. So it's a global company which we are presenting. The important part, type of business, we have 3 different verticals. First is doors, second, security products, and third and most important part is services. So we say service, we provide service, and product is part of service. So I'll start. My industry colleague before me just touched base about the revolving doors. So I'll briefly talk about revolving door. I'll go a little deep also for some of points. Before that, in terms of solutions, because previous panel was talking about different variety of workspaces or offices. So we have a solutions for different type of offices, be it hospitality, be it hotels, hospitals, corporate offices, data center, or distributed centers. So I'll just pick one type of office, maybe a corporate office. So we have a different type of entrance solutions starting from periphery security, which is like full eye turnstiles, then the entry to a building with a revolving door, then guarding to a non-secure to secure area with the barriers, then security revolving door, and then man trap or circle lock to holding people, unwanted people, not to go from one side to other side. I'll talk brief about revolving door. So very famous tagline associated with the revolving door, it's called always open, always close. Open for people and close for the external environment, which is transferring from outside to inside. So if it's not transferring outside environment to inside, so you'll have a quieter building. When the buildings are quieter, it's more healthier. It is not transferring the outside environment, so it's helped to reduce the thermal reductions also. And because it is helping in the thermal reductions, so your building is more greener. After that, it's a sustainable entrance because it's important. It's made with the sustainable materials, there for the years. And with a smaller space, like 3-meter dia door can give you a same footprint, a same traffic management which you get with the 6 meter of vestibules, 2 doors with a passage area, and of course it doesn't break the elevation. Now, second, because people are talking about a lot of sustainability and everything, and we just discussed the small data, like all the built environment is taking around 40%. Now it's a bit more, but it's because data is a bit old. So it's around 40%, 37% of the energy, electricity, and just generating 27% of carbon CO2, carbon footprint. The good part is like, although the energy consumption is getting increased day by day because we are the developing country, it has to be, but the carbon footprint is not increasing as the proportionate it should be. That is a good part. But important, from where these leakages are happening? Leakages are happening through the openings, leakages are happening through the windows and walls or roof. So MIT Boston did a very interesting study. If you are using a revolving door as compared to the openable door with 100% of capacity, you can save us 70% of energy. And there are different data. There's a research paper, a long research paper is already conducted. It's there available on internet, and we can share with you. So it's a greater way of saving the energy, reducing the carbon footprints. I'll share a small video of test what we have done with the revolving door, and that is done by the architectural community in the Europe. So what they have done, here you can see a openable door having a lot of external environment transferring inside without any barrier. Because we open a door, smokes, everything come inside. In place of, they have filled smoke in a one compartment of revolving door, and now the door will start rotating, so you'll see the difference. How less is the thermal transfer from outside to inside. It's a big size door. As compared to openable, it's very less. So that's why it's called always open, always close. Open for people, but not for the external environment. Thank you. So now coming type of revolving doors. There are basically two type of revolving doors are available. First is revolving door where it's having 200 or 300 mm canopy on top of board. All the motors, board, everything goes inside of this canopy. And the another is full glass look. It's like just 100 mm glass canopy, entire height is usable, and all the motor, everything goes under the floor or inside the floor. There's a two type of revolving doors. And in terms of variety, revolving door we have installed in the country from 1.6 meter dia to 7.4 meter dia, and height wise up to 6 meter. I'll show you one or two interesting installation done by us in the country. And the door which is written due tour is a very interesting revolving door. It's a sliding door which is revolving. So it's a combination of sliding and revolving both. And circle slide by name is like it's a revolving door which is slide in circular way. So very interesting revolving doors. Now coming to security, which is the second aspect of the offering. So we have divided security in three different layers. First layer one, category one, which called deterrent. The three different type of products, any small tripods, P-gate, or full height turnstiles cover under, because it doesn't give any feedback. It's just for the queuing purpose. Then second is for detection. So all the barriers, swing barriers, slide barrier, retractable barriers, it's for the detections. Of course, it gives you a signal, but it's not stopping you. And third and most important part is security revolving door. And third category, which detect and prevent also from crossing unwanted person or unauthorized person from non-secure to secure side. Why you need any barrier? So of course, for crowd control, for deterrent, for detection, and when you detect an unwanted object from crossing from one side to other side, it prevent you. So barrier is not only for the work as a hub where it's allowing you crossing from one side to other side, but yeah, it helps to people channelize from particular locations if they want to access or not. And with a layer up opportunity or layer up technologies, we can prevent people even for piggybacking and tailgatings, which I'm going to explain you next slide. These are the security revolving door, which makes sure people are not able, unauthorized person in any circumstances will not cross from unsecure side to secure side. A small video, a person having access is entering from door to other side. Another person is doing tailgating. He is not authorized. The person already crossed. So it's having a special sensors. I'll explain you. It's not authorized. The second example is like piggybacking, where even though both person are authorized, two are trying to enter together. It's considered as it's called as a piggybacking. It will not work because there are two people are entering in a same compartment. Mind it, revolving door can allow. This is a security revolving door. It's meant for the security purposes. And now it's happened. We use a sophisticated technology called Studio Vision, which makes sure the work on the light and beam technology, which makes sure there's no unwanted person trying to do a tailgating or piggybacking. Just briefly, we work with the Fortune 500 company having installation far east to far west with all oil refineries, security sectors, or top north to down south, presence across the country. I'm just sharing quickly a very interesting installations, which is this part of the country. It's in Noida. It's a 5.5 meter high door in the KP Tower. Another is 7.4 meter dia door in Hyderabad, IKEA. Then we have an installation in Calcutta with a destination control, like you are tapping on the barrier and barrier guiding you which elevator to take. And all glass look. This is also from downtown. And interestingly, in this part of the city, in Aero City, commercial building are also having our barriers, all the commercial building, all the world towers I'm talking about. Last but not least, we have an experience center here in this part of the country, like Gurugram. So I invite you, take this opportunity to invite all of you, please visit it. And we have a proof of concept backside. We can explain you further about the product. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashish. You want to ask the questions? Okay, so I once again have the honors of doing this quiz round. So we have 3 questions and we have the gifts there with us. So the first question is, how old is Boon Edam in the market? Okay, we have that in visual. Please.
1873 launched company, 26 years in India. 1873.
1873. Okay, so that's 153 years. That's right. Can we just have one of the gifts for him? All right. So now the second question: how much energy a revolving? How much energy a revolving can save with 100% uses against openable doors? How much energy are open? I think she raised her answer first.
Can save 70%.
Sorry?
70%.
No, it's not 70. I mean, it's close in that, this. I don't know. You can take a call. 70%. Okay, fine. Well, in all due this, I got here the answer as 74. So that's why I was a bit this. But all right. A huge round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the last question we have is, how much cost can a revolving door save? Anyone? This is a difficult one too. Even I can agree with it. You want to give them options? Anyone? No, it's a figure.
It's the cost of energy.
It's a cost, it's the amount.
It was there on the slide, but anyway, of course.
You want to give them?
Yeah, please. How much? 6.5. I can. Yes, I can consider.
Of course, it will depend on the dimension and all, but on an average, it will be 8.5 lakhs somewhere. No, am I telling you? I mean, it's a very high or very low?
You said 5 lakh.
There
8.5, he said. 8.5.
might be.
It's a 6.5 with the MIT. Sorry, the MIT did a study with the revolving door, and they figured out like it was there on slide, and it was like 6.5 lakh rupees if you are using 100% revolving door, which is like lighting a 5 house in a year. So it's a big energy saving. But yeah, you are nearby.
Okay. So we present him with the. Thank you so much, Ashish. Quickly with this, we'll go to the next industry address of the evening, which is by Mr. Pankaj Vijay, who is the Vice President for Domestic Sales at Matrix Comsec. This is also an critical industry security company which plays a very important role in how offices are functioning today, especially modern offices. So with this, I would love to call on stage Mr. Pankaj. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Pankaj Vijay. And I'm going to quickly hand over this podium to him.
Yeah, next. Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A quick observation before I start. In most smart offices, you book a desk, you unlock a door digitally, you track utilization in real time. But what if something goes wrong? There are only 3 basic questions that are asked. Who entered? What happened? Where is the footage? And those answers are rarely available at one space. They are distributed and you need to go across the board to get the answer. The gap, how do you answer this and integrate and get these answers at one place? That's my observation, and I will start my presentation with this only. So smart offices across the world and increasingly in India, they are becoming smarter. We are talking about sensors, IoTs, digital work platforms, and intelligent access systems, all 3 becoming a part of our modern office environment. Buildings today are no longer physical spaces. They are smart. They are becoming technology platforms. And this transformation is happening very quickly. Now, a building can be smart, but what if building is unsafe? Automated, still exposed. Connected, still blind. Most real incidents don't start by a typical dynamic hacking story. They start with a door that would not open at a real time, a connected devices that would not really monitor, a system that would not talk to each other. So real question is, how smart is the building? What happens when something goes wrong? Some points that we should be pondering as we move forward. This is a pattern we have seen across different locations, multiple cities across the project. Security decisions are generally taken at the fag end when the project is already ready. When this happens, majorly what would happen? The cost would go up, The integration becomes complicated. The operation becomes fragmented because all these systems are not talking to each other. They are not connected. There was never an original work to connect all these systems together and bring a consolidated data point at one point. In larger cities like Delhi, where large tech campuses are there, multi-tenant environments are there, this becomes even more complex. This is one reason why many organizations are shifting their focuses. They are shifting to a different approach. This is where we say security by design. It is not about camera or adding more devices. It is about what real talking and thinking about security is all about. When architects, consultants, and our other experts in the industry, the facility teams, they would also have to think about how people are moving in the buildings, how access zones are defined, how monitoring is happening. If security architecture is planned at the early stage in a project, the systems would naturally work together and they would seamlessly give you a lot of output real time at one location. This is not a rare scenario. This is a daily operation reality in most offices. Even in advanced workplaces, incident investigation is most difficult thing because someone is checking the footage, someone is checking the logs, other one is looking at the event verification, who came in, who went out, but these are all scattered. So a work that should have taken me 10 minutes actually ends up taking more than a few hours. So challenge is not about absence of technology. It is about challenge of integration. Globally, the shift we are looking at is from isolated systems to integrated systems where access control, video surveillance, monitoring systems are not in separate silos. They all work together. They operate in a unified environment. They reduce operational complexity, improves response time, and gives facility teams a better visibility. So what does it look like in practice? Let me share briefly what is this in Matrix scenario. Matrix is an Indian manufacturer, about 35-year-old in the business, focused on enterprise-grade security systems. Our work primarily spans across access control, video surveillance, and telecom. The emphasis is more on infrastructure class product and solutions. At Matrix, we follow the philosophy that security systems should not behave like a disconnected devices. They have to be connected, and each device or device type has to interconnect and talk to each other, which means these devices are scalable, integrated, compliant, and reliable enough to support enterprise environment. One thing that became extremely important in security infrastructure decision is the trust in underlying technology. At Matrix, the entire ecosystem is designed and engineered in-house from R&D, product design to manufacturing. This means hardware, firmware, software, architecture are all built with the same ecosystem, within the same ecosystem, and with a similar philosophy in mind. This also becomes important for compliance perspective. For example, meeting government guidelines, security mandates like STQC. And today these systems are deployed globally with more than 1 million customers across multiple continents. The way we approach this is through an integrated security architecture. Instead of deploying isolated systems, access control, video systems, video analytics, and workplace management layers, they overlap each other. So all systems are integrated, they talk to each other, and for a user, it becomes more an integrated output that they get. These are not theoretical deployments. These are environment where uptime and accountability actually matters. These integrated architectures are already being deployed across different environments, from a large IT park to a data center, BFSI, campuses, manufacturing facilities. And each of this environment has a different requirement and operational needs. But this underlying principle remains the same. Security works best when it is designed as infrastructure and not as a standalone later addition to any planning that we do. So only the last that point I would want to add is, as workplace are becoming smarter, more connected, more experience driven, the infrastructure behind them needs to become more, they need to be planned better. And ultimately, the reliability of smart office would depend on the system that supports it. The question is not whether organization would invest into security. They will. The real question is, when they choose to think about it, design is what people are look at. Security is what makes it work. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pankaj, for that quick overview on what the company and its portfolio was all about. Now, moving to the second panel discussion of the evening, which is titled as Aligning Workplace Design with Operations and the Principles of Circular Economy. Moderating this session, we have Dr. Shakti Chauhan, who is a former executive director of ISS Facility Services India. And along with him, we've put together a panel that, like I mentioned in the beginning, incorporates all the stakeholders in a building's life cycle. So we have end users, we also have developers, we have PMCs, we also have an architect. So all of these guys coming together to understand not just sustainability, but the entire concept of circular economy and how operations and facilities in these modern offices work. So with this, I'm going to call on stage Dr. Shakti Chauhan to take stage, come on stage and take the podium. Along with him are speakers Ashwini Kumar, who is the lead for EHS and sustainability and asset management at Embassy Office Parks REIT. Along with him is Mr. Kanwar Pal Singhal, who is the Director for Real Estate at Concentrix India. We also have Rahul Darich, who is the Vice President and Head of Facilities at DLF Limited. We also have Bhavin Mehta, who's the Studio Director for Gensler. Joining these gentlemen is Vikas Vij, who is the Senior Director for Global Real Estate and Facilities at Entity Data. And finally, we have Shikha Shah, who is the Executive Director for Project and Development Services at Cushman & Wakefield. With this, I'm going to hand over my mic to this prestigious panel here, and I'm going to ask Dr. Chauhan to take this over. So you'll be on the podium or on the mic?
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I don't think people are still busy talking. Yeah, hi. I think I will come that side and ask questions in case you're still talking. So if you want to answer, yes, you can keep talking. Please, sir. Yeah. We need one more chair? Okay. No, I can stand even. I can stand. We got a special chair. Okay, wonderful. First of all, thank you so much, ITP and Commercial Design, for bringing this panel together. I'm sure you can see the diversity. I know maybe would have been better to have more female candidate, yes, but that's okay. I think it's equally balanced. Yeah, I think no, I have to come at the back, possibly asking question, everyone, guys. If you don't want to listen to us, we will not listen to you as well.
Requesting everyone to
Yeah,
please maintain
please.
silence back there. I know there's a lot of networking at the stalls happening, but please requesting you all to keep it at the end for the end of the evening. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Rashmi. No, I think we have a wonderful audience, and we must, I think, put a round of applause for everyone listening so patiently. Thank you. Okay, great. So come to the panel. Topic, it's so aligning, so evolving. You know, when you see is aligning workplace design with operations and principle of circular economy. It's the need of hour, if you literally ask me, because every investment done in any office, any place is questioned. How sustainable we are with our investments, how evolving we are with our office places, and how future-proof we are in terms of whatever technology we are investing in. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think the panel is already introduced. I would have some specific questions I've noted down, and I would like those to be taken up. And maybe I can ask people to just see that if they want to volunteer in specific questions, because it's been about 8-9 questions. Can't remember all. I'll go with my first question. How can organizations better align their vision and workplace design and day-to-day operational efficiency? Anyone wants to volunteer on this? Okay, great. Bhavin, you can start with.
I'm starting with.
Yeah. Someone can switch it off.
Oh.
You want to take this? Check.
The project starts with design, so I'm taking this first question. The biggest challenge which comes in when we start a project, when it starts with design, we tend to design for experience. But what we forget is that at the end of the day, it's all focused on the end user. And the designer should always not just design for experience, but also design for behavior. And that eventually translates into the operations of it and the maintenance of it. So that's where the real start happens. Once we focus on the behavior and we eventually integrate the back-end operations and the facility management processes as part of design process, the real disconnect goes away. So at the end of it, it has to be a process where you don't layer, it's like a fabric that you don't layer one process, design, then facility management, then operations, sustainability as layers on one top of each other. It should be more like a woven fabric where each thread comes together to be part of a larger design solution. So that's where it starts, and that's where it eventually has to end.
Super. I think he's talking about the disconnect, and I feel if we can think through it, that can be eliminated by just understanding it in a much better, more practical or more pragmatic way. I will extend this further about how do we break the silos. What are the most common silos between design, operations, and sustainability teams, and how can they can be broken down? Rahul, you want to pick up this question number 2. So it's about what are the at what stage you should feel not on the facilities, but it's more about aligning. So at what stage you feel that facilities management should team be bought into the design process, and why that is overlooked? I asked it.
So I think this is one question we have been facing, and there has been a lot of change, at least when the FM is brought into the picture. 5 to 10 years back, it used to be at the later part of the construction stage wherein FM is brought into the picture. Now, the things have advanced a little, and at least in the most of the A-grade buildings, the middle of the construction, early construction stage, the FM or facility management team, or those who are supposed to run the building for another 30, 40, 50 years are brought in the picture. However, my take here is, I think the building design stage, if you see, it's 1 to 2 years, then another construction, another 2, 3 years. So that makes approximately 4 to 5 years for any building to come from scratch to finishing stage. That building is going to run for another 40, 50, 60 years. So it's most important that the stakeholder which is going to run the building for 90% or going to see the building for another 90% of their time are supposed to be brought in at the time of design and concept. We all know that whatever the building running expense is or how the building is going to run for those many years, 70 to 80% of the cost which is going to be incurred will be decided at the time of design. It's only 20-30% which will be taken into consideration at the construction stage. So for any building, any commercial building, or even per se for the residential buildings, design and concept stage is the most important. The stakeholders who are going to run those buildings for most of the time, their inputs, their value, they are subject matter expert of that. They should be brought in at the very beginning, that's design and concept stage, so as to ensure that the typical process that we undertake is do, undo, and redo is done away with. We know what exactly is going to be implemented, how it's going to be designed, and how we are going to process it in a longer run. Just to give an example, how these things have changed in my one of the previous organization, wherein we were bought, the FM was bought in the right time. We all know now there's a lot of sustainability and those discussions are going on. So we gave a very simple solution to our designers and architects that we have got shafts all across. So all we requested them to put a condensate drain throughout the shaft, and that drain is being taken to the raw water tanks. So later on, when the building came to construction and thereafter occupation stage, entire air conditioned condensate drain as well as the drain that comes from the RO leftover was again reutilized for that building as a raw water, not as a treated water. And that made a lot of difference for that particular building, wherein a lot of water could be conserved. And the most important part was it did not go to the STP and then came back in the system. It came back in the system as a raw water. So that's one small example I would like to give. And that's my take on this entire aspect.
Super. I think who can say better than someone who's not only developing but also maintaining these spaces as well. And I think very pragmatic example about how you, not about how you develop, but then post handover, how it is easier for any facility management team to operate and kind of sustain that sort of a standard. Okay, so my next question is to Shikha for sure. It's about what are the most common silos between design and operations and sustainability team, and how can they be broken down?
Hello.
Yeah.
I think the first answer lies in the question. When we say the silos between design, operations, and sustainability teams, these are three different structures or functions happening in an organization while they should be integrated. Another thing which comes is there, different KPIs and goals of these functions, different budgets and targets that they are given. So if these things don't speak together, then how can they work together integrated? I would say that working with the clients now, this part is also being addressed, where organizations are making sustainability goals as under their values and central core part, but there is still more work to be done in getting these three teams together and start bringing sustainability as their way of working, way of looking at things, and way of operations.
Is there any mantra you want to give in terms of bringing this integrated strategy for sustainable workplace management?
Mantra would be that, when, for example, when you're just thinking about building an office, as I said, that sustainability should not be an afterthought. It should be a core part of the objective and the vision that you bring about for a project. When it is brought as a center part of your vision, I think it will become as an integrated and not considered as a silo.
Cool. So what you're just saying is basically get everyone in one room, make sure that what all is being discussed, it is aligned in the RFP and the document which is going to the requirement freezing, and also it is also talking to each other, not that one doesn't speak to the other one. He says, I'm only worried about sustainability. It doesn't matter what the cost is all about. It doesn't matter if you can execute it to the way you want. I think will not work. Thank you for enlightening. It's good. Okay. See, I think literally the circular economy, when we talk about, it's just not about always cost, but it is about how do we set up, how do we sustain, how do we go. And normally I give you a bit of an anecdote that I normally request you to follow that 5R strategy. I don't know if any one of you have heard about this 5R strategy. I'll give you that understanding. First is rethink. When you want to just understand and you want to work on this, just rethink that what exactly you want to deliver. Not just following some standard, some other format, some other BOQs from different people, or the requirement of spaces and all. So rethink on your requirement. Make sure that how you want to bring sustainability part of it. The second is reuse. If you are developing the existing offices or something on those lines, can you reuse something out of that? And that saves around 30 to 40% of your requirement overall. The third is reduce. When you say reduce, is about how you can just minimize the overall, how you can reduce the overall requirement in terms of bringing just for the sake of bringing. So you have to be aware of what you're delivering. The fourth R is refurbish. It's about 60 to 70% that in case you can refurbish, some spaces can be utilized not for that specific office, but there could be some other team where you feel that can be aligned in that space, and you can work around and bring that sort of a thing. And the last R is about recycle. I think that's the immense part of it. I'll give you some statistics maybe once I'm done, but there are some mind-boggling statistics about how India is growing the overall workplace designing and spaces. Okay, I come to my next question. Is about sustainable materials in practice. How viable is the use of recycled, upcycled, and local source material in large-scale workplace environments? And this is, who wants to pick up this question? Ashwin? Yes.
Thank you for that question. In fact, before I pick up that question, I just want to add one more line to the word silo. Silo, generally people don't like silos, but unfortunately in our industry, we happen to get into silos. We spoke about the design part, we spoke about the FM operations, but there's one more element in between, the sustainable guy, the sustainability guy. That's me generally in my organization. That's I thought we should pick it up. Generally, it happens that the organization expects the buildings to be certified. The design will have their own constraints to develop within a particular cost budgets. And then the operation comes, they say, get the building certified. I got my own limitations. The data is not flowing. What they designed is not actually, so I generally believe if you're able to integrate your IoTs or data collection in such a way that your baseline becomes your design data, and then from there you start plugging in the real-time data that will help the FM industry to exactly understand what kind of efficient building was designed and what is that we are getting. That also helps us to improve upon design in the next. It's a continual improvement that will happen over a period of time. Coming back to your question on the sustainable materials, I think there has been a dilemma in the industry. Are sustainable materials good, bad? Are they costly? Are they cheaper? There are always a fragmented thought process in it. Generally, people feel that it's a costly material to buy. When you recycle something, it generally goes on a higher side. Second is the material right for me? Is going to sustain for next 20, 30 or 50 years of the life cycle? What is the quality? What is the source? What is the kind of data that we are getting for that material? What they're claiming, is that right or wrong? Our industry in the supply chain is so fragmented, so disrupted that you will not be able to actually trace out from where it has been picked up, how it has been recycled, what is the kind of embodied carbon in it practically, unless you got fair data to be given by the supply chain. But the supply chain itself is so long in our country that it becomes really difficult. And that is the reason, as on date, as we speak, you'll find the scope 3 emissions, which is more for the supply chain, is the most painful to disclose for any organization because we are not able to trace it out. And that's the reason even the uh, global benchmarkings like CDP, they have said, okay, we are accepting something based on the assumptions. So even the global companies, MNCs are saying, it's a challenge for us. Having said that, for any company, it's always good to reuse the materials that we have by recycling. And I'll give you an example here. There's a beautiful example. One of Embassy Park in Manyata, Tech Park, one of the Asia's largest tech park it is. We have actually recycled the complete demolished material through a local recycler which is certified. We have reused it in a park for the road basis, sub basis. And then on top of it, whatever plastics we generated, that's again recycled and reused within our roads. So can developers do that? Yes, we can, but there has to be intent. If we want to go for a supply chain as an option, can we rely on one supplier? No. We don't have enough suppliers in the industry who are doing actually recycling. They're very limited. I can find out, in Bangalore, we could find only one or two. So we need to have a dual reliability on that. And of course, the traceability, probably most of you must have seen outside the certifications, the verifications of the data, whether it's been recycled, it's been traced out, will definitely help out the developers to look at it.
Great. So if you were to say one or maybe sum up in two line, what are the normal operational challenges people feel in recycling or getting this material sourced?
One is how you're able to demonstrate what we are procuring is actually sustainable or recycled material. What is the embodied carbon? The traceability, because that is something that is being verified by most of the benchmarking industries. And second is the dependency on the limited suppliers we have. So that always becomes a pain. Even if we have an intent, do we have enough suppliers in the industry where we can approach and get? And is that coming at the right price? Because if you're recycling a material, naturally, generally it is that the price will be on a higher side, that increase the project cost. Now, at the end of the day, whenever you look at both the things. But as a developer, I believe personally, we shouldn't look at the short-term goals. Let's look at a long-term goal where the building is able to be more sustainable for next 40, 50 years.
That's a genuine input. Thank you, Ashwin. I think it's not about what we can do, but I think what is available for us to be, executing that plan that requires. And when you are sometimes pressurized by the time of the project and the delay, and then someone wants this to be operational, I think many thinking or the dedication about being sustainable goes for a 6, because it depends. The people want things to happen yesterday. Okay, the next comes to technology. I think how are the digital twins and the BIM transforming facility management and operational efficiency? So, especially these technologies realistically reduce waste? Are they still underutilized? Anyone wants to pick up this question? I'm open. Vishka? Yeah, please.
I think digital twin, when it is fully implemented, it can really transform the static data that is currently available for facility management to a very live data enriching platform, which will give you, real-time predictive analysis, real-time monitoring of your assets, and, very less dependency of on human intervention and dependency on the drawings which were just lying somewhere in the files and then when you cannot find them and really there is a maintenance issue. Uh, so real source of truth, predictive analysis, reducing the time in terms of maintenance and taking care of your equipments. All of this can be really changed once the digital twins are implemented fully. I would say, at least in India, this is still not reached to its full potential. It is still underutilized. And the reason behind that is because we are still utilizing BIM only to the design stage. It hasn't moved on to the construction and to the facility management operations stage. So
Yes, very valid. I think the BMS itself is now desirable. Still, you can't just say that 100% BMS is used across. Okay, my question to Vikas is about how an organization can mitigate a risk while staying committed to the sustainability goals.
Sustainability goals.
So how you feel that when they want to be sustainable and there are other things which is not happening. So how do they focus on these things?
See, I'll give you an example of our organization. We've got sustainability goals that have been defined by 2040. Okay, what is happening is that some of it, from an India perspective, we are doing already. Globally, we are at a different level. So sometimes what happens is that you're not completely, your environment does not let you get to that level, or your market is not as matured. And therefore, your journey is there, it is a journey, but it does not follow the same paths or the same timelines across the organization. So we've seen sustainability, though our folks in America have a better sense of it and they're driving it better. But what we've realized in India is that because we've got maybe cleaner data, we've been tracking it for a period of time, we are able to measure it better, right? We may not be as sustainable as of now, but we are measuring it better because the measurement is also you need to have measurement, because a lot of times you have sustainability, but you're not measuring it, or you don't have the means to measure it.
Absolutely.
So today, if I was to look at energy, a lot of our developers are not breaking it down, or do not have green energy, or have partial green energy, or it is difficult to measure. So we are on our journeys, but it is not as universal across the organization.
Super. I think he has put in very, very practical inputs about how, as a user, someone who's feeling when the management wants to talk about sustainability and how practically we deliver on ground by the time it is executed and the overall impact is sustained. And normally in the representation, if we don't have a proper representation in the boardroom of what is thought outside on sustainability, and if there is someone who's not very, very loudly saying it that let's change it and then let's do it this way, I think this always will be always a gap. Okay. Great input. Thank you.
I just want to add one point here when you came about the risk. So all of us, we had been seeing commitment by the management, finances, all those were definitely risk. Representation in the boardroom, you said. All those risks were something that we expected and we were prepared for. One of the major thing which none of us saw maybe 1.5 years, 2 years back was geopolitical situation. The way the things have transformed in last 2 years, at least from the driving force, the entire pragmatic approach that we have about the sustainability, how we are going to do, let's say we were talking about 2070 as net zero, some of the, at further India context is pretty well and we are ahead of the curve. But globally, the way that things have changed, considering the leaders that we have at some of the nations, that was something none of us saw coming from the risk perspective of the sustainability and the overall development of this pattern.
Yes, agree. Absolutely agree with you. And let's move further in how we set up our security and smart infrastructure. And my question to Mr. KP on, as a workplace becomes smarter, how do you balance advanced security system like biometrics and surveillance with user privacy and experiences?
Shakti, great question. See, as some of the associate partners here, whether
Been
it was
promoting these products, yes.
whether it was dormakaba or whether it was Matrix, they all emphasized on this piece. Biometrics used to be there at one time, right? Today, biometrics, post-COVID especially, has taken a shift that people now want face recognition coming in. Okay, people don't even want to swipe their cards. They want some technology in their phones that the moment I am closer to the proximity of the door should open if I am a registered user or an employee of the organization. We are even going to a stage where organizations are looking at facial recognition, not just to determine the employees of the organization, but also to face read whether this guy is in a happy mood or a bad mood today and what he will create in the office situations. That also is happening.
AI in that, huh?
Yes. So companies are doing that. And that is where today our HR leaders are even looking at that kind of a data from us, that can your security devices let us know that how the mood is of the employees in the office when they are entering the office and when they are exiting the office.
This is getting interesting.
So,
yes.
so that is there. Again, technology, why it is important. Here, colleague was talking about revolving doors or full height turnstiles, right? Then we have DFMDs. Can we integrate revolving door and DFMD together? We don't have a solution right now. Somebody may have a solution somewhere, but we don't have that solution right now. If we'll have both of them together, right? We'll save on energy. Our friend here said we'll save on energy, 74% energy, right? But at the same time, I will have a DFMD built into it, which will also tell me whether what this person is carrying is allowed inside the office premises or not allowed in the office premises, especially in the ITS sector, where data privacy is very, very important. At the same time, the cameras which are there, they should be strategically put in, because with this new DPDP Act which is there, lot of things which we were earlier following of GDPR, now DPDP Act in itself has become so tedious that in India we have to follow that. We can't follow GDPR alone. We have to follow India norms also. So somewhere this is all getting very integrated, and that's why security, access controls and others are very, very important for us.
Wow. Super deep dive. In fact, people wanted to get more clearance. Then 74% is not the total energy. It is the energy used in that particular door. Okay, great. Okay, so of course there will always be an evaluation, cost versus, right, the value of the circular practices. So there's an often perception that circular practices are expensive. How accurate is this, in fact, and how can an organization better evaluate long-term ROI versus upfront cost? Bhavin, any inputs?
I think the first thing is what we need is data. It starts from there. And it starts from design. We design buildings, spaces for use and dispose. We never design for transformation and adaptive reuse. So that's where it starts from. While we do that, it's also, we have to design buildings and properties to work as material banks. We have to make sure that everything gets documented while we design. It's been designed for, say for example, when you have to dismantle, I think what Ashwin you have gone through, when you dismantle a building, you have everything designed and executed, say something is stuck with adhesives rather than bolted or nutted, which you can tomorrow dismantle. This is the basic fundamental of how you design. You design for modularity, you design for standardization, you design for future dismantling. Once you have that, that is where your data will start coming in when you design it accordingly and when you dismantle it. the information which goes through from start to end, when that starts getting documented, when you have audits coming in, you have operational information being analyzed, all of that, when that ecosystem is built from a design stage to a day we want to dismantle a property, that data is going to drive all the costing, all the understanding of economic value coming out. So that's where it comes in, and the fundamental where it starts from is at the procurement level, because we get procurement systems based on L1 scenarios on costing. We should be doing procurement based on L1 for the life cycle cost rather than the construction cost, and even or maybe H1 scenario for the value it brings in. So it eventually it's not a linear problem. It's probably a very algorithm. It's a problem which probably needs a very deep understanding of what factors affects, and that's where the value comes in.
Super. In fact, it's a very sensitive term called L1. That's why I have not touched upon here, because everyone will have their pain to show to everyone around. Okay, my next question is to Vikas. Vikas, what sort of an operational challenge you face in operating all these sustainable practices in your office?
So I will pick up sustainable, but I'll also mention another one which we talked about briefly was PWD. Okay, the act has been there since I think 2016 and then updated in 21, but we haven't really adopted it. Okay, look at all our buildings, look at all the large developers, builders. We haven't adopted it. Okay, there are airports that have RPWD kind of compliances, but we haven't done that. Okay, that's where the biggest one. I will bucketize it under sustainable. It is not sustainable, but it is accessibility, right? So what we find is that even if I have my own building, it was not designed for that, right? And today, if I have to go to the harmonized guidelines and say I have to build it based on what it should be, my building does not support me to do that. And therefore, I have to make serious changes in my building. But that's one. Even the new buildings that come up or the new builders that are there are not incorporating it enough in the. So that is a challenge, because I want to hire people who are differently able. But when I do that, I'm not only looking at people that are differently able that I will hire, but there could be clients that could come in. There could be leadership that could come in. Anybody walking into my office should be able to access seamlessly. Go to the washroom, use a table, use a wheelchair or whatever. So I'm saying those are the same problems that we have from a sustainability perspective also. Today, I don't have green power everywhere. Okay, it is brown and green. I don't have the mechanisms to measure it as conveniently, and therefore that adds up to my whole outlook. Because when I'm answering an RFP, that's something that is up front and center now, right? And then how do I go about and do that? Because today our buildings are not designed that way. So that's a problem.
Super. I think very, very pragmatic feedbacks from people who are consuming all these workplaces and the strategies, and where the disconnect they can find as a leader, what they have to face in what is not delivered, but I think what is executed so far. And the biggest part is sustainability is not about what you deliver as a project, but more about how you operate as a workplace. I think that's where the major impact is. First part is, of course, how you deliver, but then I think about 80% job is in terms of how you operate. Yes, Ashwin.
So I just want to bring out, there's an entire ecosystem in the real estate. Is a developer who is looking at ROI. There is a occupier who is looking at the best-in-class buildings. There's a designer who designs, and there is a government who also gets revenues from this entire business. Now, the biggest risk that we carry is one, how the government policies move around that supports us, and that is where we rely a lot on the government. We want to do a lot many things. Do we have enough? And I can give an example. Live example was recently, and if I can compare that with different states, if I have to procure green energy in Pune, I can't do that because of the government regulations. Can I do that in UP? Yes. I'm having that at a much cheaper rate as compared to the government BESCOMs. Can I do that in Bangalore? Till last year, I could have done that. Now it is becoming, my BESCOM energy is becoming cheaper than the green energy. So there is a variations happening in the industry where we want to be sustainable. Are we getting supported? No. Can we get support? Yes. So there's an intent from the government, from the local. So it also varies what is central government, what is the local government, how we are supporting. I think that makes a huge difference. And that is one parameter where we struggle, despite having that intent. So probably most of you would have felt who are at different locations, these kind of things. At our organizations, we had our commitment. I remember in 2021 when Embassy launched its ESG program, 75-25. We couldn't reach that milestone, not because the intent was not there. There's not enough supply. There are not enough options for us. Probably we launched one of the biggest solar rooftop, but still we had other issues from the local bodies at certain parks where we're not given clearances. I'm not saying government is not doing enough. What I'm trying to say, there are enough hurdles that we need to jump onto before we reach that goal. And it's a collaborative approach. It's a collaborative approach where a developer delivers, occupier demands for that, because it's also a demand and supply. If there's no demand, no one will supply it.
Absolutely. I think the feedback has been very, very diverse. Someone from the data center, and then you have a person who's building it, someone who's designing the sustainable, maintaining it and consuming it, and of course, and leading with this. One small question before I move to the next session, about some statistics. One small question is, what role does integrated design play in ensuring both safety and seamless access? KP, yeah, it's for you. You've been very vocal about security and all.
Now, I think, Shakti, and this is somewhat correlated to those people working in silos. They should not be working in silos. We should also have sustainability coming in somewhere in between, and then, of course, the access control and security. The point here is that if it has to be integrated, it has to be integrated from day one. At the pre-concept stage, as one of our colleagues said, right? It has to be, when you're wrecking a building, like developer is making a building fine, but if as an occupier, I am doing a recce of the building, the FM should be there as well, while selecting the building itself that we should be doing it or not. That kind of integration comes in right from there. That is the perimeter secure, is the entry secure, is the building BCP situations are in place or not. So we have to not just think about as an occupier, but also think what the value our landlord will bring to us, right? How secure will they make my environment so that I have to have least of the concerns from what a B grade building will give. We always go for an A grade building because we know these basics will be in place at all the time, right? I don't have to worry about that. And then we start dovetailing into their systems like fire safety. My fire panels have to be integrated as an occupier with the landlord fire panels, for sure. If it doesn't happen, I can be in problem. These kind of small integrations need to be there in place only then, and this has to be there from day one with all the sub-functions within a real estate fraternity.
Super. So the KPS mantra is, if you have installed something, make sure it works. Make sure it works consistently, right? Great, wonderful. Okay, I think it's been wonderful insight from each one of you. And before we close our session, I would like to give some takeaways to each one of you who are sitting here, especially on the office fit outs. Interior fit outs is about 30 to 40% of the total embodied carbon. This is what they're contributing to overall carbon footprints. When you reuse existing furniture, which cuts around 30 to 40%, again, your carbon footprint. So if you see this somewhere you want to just, estimate it, keep this in mind when you want to bring carbon zero. Circular fit out strategies can reduce overall carbon footprint to around 25 to 55%. So if you're not thinking about it, rethink. The first R is about rethinking. Yeah? And then some numbers on India's green building market to hit $85 billion by 2022. So which means this is something going to be coming up now in more robustly. It will be driven, it will be forced to us, all of us. So just make sure that we have this in mind. And just to give you a big, where we can all contribute as a big opportunity, India generates, I don't know if you know this number, 150 to about 500 million tons C&D waste annually. The construction waste we deliver, we do is about 150 to 500 million tons every year. And only 1%, 1 to 2% is what reused. So just think the gap. And I think this is something mind-blowing for each one of us sitting here as the custodian of infrastructure management. And a takeaway, very, very solid takeaway for all of us to see that how we can move from 2% to and upwards. And, if you say literally 90% of the C&D waste is reusable. C&D is construction and disposable waste. It's 90% is reusable. So there's a gap from 1 to 90%. I think a huge thing for us to take away. And if you ask me literally, the circular economy could save India. I don't know if number is again mind blowing. 640 billion a year by 2050. You just calculate how much it will come down to every year. It's again a big number. And India's circular economy market is more than 2 trillion by 2050. I think you've seen first trillionaire, as Elon Musk, but you can contribute to the $1 trillion economy in terms of bringing that number. And if you say literally, in terms of how we have taken the space in last 2025, I think we have hired almost about 75 million square feet in 2025 across 6 cities. And that's big number, right? 75%. And 74% of the office leasing in H1 25 was in green certified building, which means the green certified building have more future, even if they are costing more, but then everyone is moving towards that. 75% of the 75 million square feet. So these are some numbers. I just want you to understand, see that we are contributing huge way, being a custodian of this infrastructure around us, and something we can contribute silently to the overall growth and overall environment as well. Thank you so much. It's been really wonderful insight. Each one of you, I think every panelist deserves a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, each of the panel members, and thank you so much, Dr. Chauhan, for this brilliant panel direction that you've taken us. If you can just have you up front for just a quick photo op, it would be really great. And in the meantime, I'm going to call on stage 2 of our presenters to present a small token of appreciation from our end. I'm going to call Mr. Ranjit Panda from Square Foot and Ganesh Javani, the CEO and MD at Matrix Comsec, to please hand over a small token of appreciation from our end, gentlemen. If you can have. Thank you so much. It is so brilliant. And sustainability is something that you hear so much about, you talk so much about. And people who are on the ground doing it, actually handling it, that means a lot coming from them. So I'm going to quickly, yeah, sir. Ms. Shikha, I think the lady went in If you could have one last final group photograph. Gentlemen, Ms. Shikha, if you could just come from forward, sir, please. Just have a quick final photograph. Thank you once again for that brilliant panel and for the brilliant discussion that we witnessed today. Thank you so much. So before we go to the final panel discussion of the day, we have one quick address by Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, who is the Vice President for Commercials at Welspun Flooring. Flooring being one of the most integral part of an office interior and office space, and that bind together the entire landscape. You'll be surprised at the products and the efforts that Welspun is doing in making this space so sustainable and so enriching for us. With this, I'm going to quickly call on stage Mr. Saurabh Agarwal. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll have him here. He's miking up there.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's always I can say a nightmare to do a commercial presentation after such a good panel discussion, and that too on circular economy. I think something which is of interest to every single person present in this room. But anyway, given the job, I'll have to do it. So my name is Saurabh Agarwal. I'm representing Welspun Flooring. I'll just quickly take you through a small journey of Welspun before I talk about the Welspun Flooring. So Welspun as a group is close to a 40-year-old group, and we are into multiple businesses. I'm sure many one of you would have heard about our textile business, where we are one of the most iconic brands in the world. In fact, one of the most renowned sports event, which is Wimbledon, the towels used in Wimbledon by all the players is being made by Welspun in India. So I think that is something which is a very proud concept for us. We are into the large dia steel pipes. We are world's #1 company in that, in terms of the transmission of oil and natural gas from one continent to other. We are into road projects. We are into the large logistic parks. We are into multiple businesses. But today, here I am there to talk about the flooring part. We are present in more than 50 countries, and we have more than 26,000 employees, a very well-known Indian conglomerate with roots all across the world. This is a small, brief presentation on the plant which we have put up. Can we have the audio, please?
Flooring industry and introducing the world to holistic solutions through innovation, creativity, and sustainability. Welspun is making a mark in home solutions with one of the most technologically advanced flooring capabilities, making us the first in the industry to design and manufacture hard and soft flooring products under one roof. Leading this change together, we aim to achieve new heights, unleashing new capabilities that are sustainable and unique. Embracing technology and working with an efficient team to come up with dynamic and unique solutions. Adapting new innovations to deliver the best quality. And as market dynamics change with unusual speed, our responses are built smarter. Creating distinct strategies for building distribution networks. Building a strong team that can follow through on its commitments, ensuring the highest standards of quality and performance in the product, fostering creativity and innovation to stay leaps and bounds ahead, while innovation and digital underscore its operations. Welspun is acutely aware of its social responsibility. Welspun is dedicated to making a good difference in the world and following sustainable business practices which benefit all stakeholders, local communities, and the environment. Digitizing schools, empowering women, promoting menstrual hygiene, pursuing inclusive growth, and transforming villages into model villages. Welspun is a long way in positively impacting thousands of lives, gaining respect and legitimacy through accreditation and certification, leaving a legacy and expanding its ambitions beyond. Welspun Flooring, fostering innovation and creativity.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this was Welspun's plant. It is considered among the top 2 best plants in the world for the manufacturing of the carpet on a 600-acre land bank. So, this was Welspun plant for you. We have all the global and the international certifications which are required for the carpets and all our flooring products. We offer basically, when we talk of the flooring, we are one of the largest carpet manufacturing company. Now, as you know, carpet finds multiple applications, one definitely in our offices. So we are present in the commercial segment for doing all the commercial offices. We are one of the largest suppliers to all the leading chain of the hotels, be it the Marriott's, Hyatt's, Taj's of the world. We are supplying carpets for them as well. And we definitely, with some of our products, we are into the residential segment as well. This is the product which we call as a carpet tile. I'm sure this August gathering knows the best about this product because you use it in all your offices, all your projects, all your designs. We are one of the largest in India for this. We offer a product called Click and Lock, which is a substitute to the wooden flooring, finds application in all across the verticals, be it commercial, hospitality, or something. We are into the printed carpets for the hotels, the movie theaters, and everything, which is wall to wall. In carpet tile, we have come up with huge number of collections. We have set up a small booth outside, and we'll be really, really glad if you can come and have a look at it. But some of our interesting collections, which are purely inspired from the nature, from different aspects of the designs. We have something like a dissolving maze, some of our very, very unique product, something inspired from the woven crayon. Some of the very, very natural things which are present, natural monuments, something natural things which are present across the globe. We try and take some inspiration from that and we try and convert that into a carpet. This is for that we have a strong design team in India as well as in US who collaborate and work together. These are some of the collections what we have. I'll not spend much of a time. And I'll just take you to something which is very, very interesting. I think we just finished a panel discussion which was talking about sustainability and circularity. Here is Welspun's contribution to the same. So ladies and gentlemen, this humble looking bottle, the plastic bottle, is creating a havoc in our life in the entire, on the entire earth or the entire globe. One small statistic says the type of the bottles which we are generating in a year, if I convert this bottle into a, like a powder of something like a powder spoonful of powder, that will add up to something like a Burj Khalifa. I mean, the height. So just imagine we are creating many Burj Khalifas, many Burj Khalifas every year with nobody knows what is the life of this bottle. Maybe few hundreds of years or thousands of years, nobody knows. So each one of the company responsible has to come with something unique, and there what Welspun tried to come up with, we came out with the beautiful carpets made from these plastic bottles. And I'm really glad to tell you that when you walk out, you can see these beautiful carpets installed in our booth, which are made from these plastic bottles. So this is Welspun's contribution towards this sustainability and circularity, which is in no sense the definition of sustainability. Moving on, something which is very innovative. I would like to cover one more innovation before I end my presentation, but I'm sure you'll find it very interesting. We are talking about something, a very unique product. Let me just present it to you.
Welcome to Google Ananta, Bangalore, Google's second largest campus outside the United States and a landmark of innovation and collaboration in India. Here's where Welspun Flooring took on a monumental challenge, carpeting 8 lakh square feet across 11 floors, divided into 4 color-coded zones inspired by Google's logo. Welspun Flooring crafted a unique tactile product using carpet tiles, achieving seamless design alignment. This led us to pioneer a breakthrough never done before. Innovation is never easy. It's the result of the dedication that Welspun Flooring brings to every project, which opens doors to new possibilities. This commitment was visible through the 8 rounds of sampling, exploring a world of yarns, colors, and techniques, and testing with visually impaired individuals. Along the way, it was discovered that 15% of partially visually impaired users can perceive colors, which inspired the integration of color into tactile zones. The level of quality and durability achieved exceptional heights, creating a 54-ounce carpet tile as resilient as traditional rubber or metal materials. The prominent features of Welspun Flooring's tactile carpet are invariably the values that drive our business. Our value of inclusivity drove us to push ourselves and find the solution for visually impaired navigation to support the independent movement in shared spaces. Another value is safety. With anti-skid properties, the design ensures safety in high-traffic areas and under various conditions. Certified for traction, it minimizes slip risks in both corporate and public spaces. Its 54-ounce density makes this flooring stain-resistant, durable, and low maintenance. And top of that, easy spot cleaning extends its longevity and keeps maintenance hassle-free. It can absorb ambient noise, enhancing acoustics in open-plan spaces and promoting a quieter, more productive environment. Flooring's innovative tactile carpet tiles are designed to foster a conducive environment by enhancing safety, accessibility, and comfort for all users.
So ladies and gentlemen, this was the innovation from our side. Carpet tiles or carpet offering you the concept of inclusivity for the visually impaired people. This is something which we are now using in many of the leading organizations projects who are really bothered about their employees and who really care about the concept of inclusivity. So that was all from Welspun. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saurabh, for that really brilliant, interesting products that you showed us there. Now to the final panel discussion of the day. It's called the Cost-Effective Excellence, Redefining Workplace Operations and Design with Budgets and Timelines. And these are 2 parameters that I think has been a problem zone for, I think, every developer, every architect, every PMC, every facility manager too. And not many people actually agree about talking about this on an open platform and sharing their thoughts on this, because it comes with so many faces so many objections to it. So I have literally some amazing people here with their experience insights who are going to share with you the entire problems and challenges that comes across with these specific two parameters. And moderating the session, we have Praveen Sharma, who is the Executive Director for Corporate Fit-Outs for North India at Colliers. And the rest of the speakers on this panel, he's going to do the honors of inviting them and asking them the entire question and the storyline of what happens in office spaces within this industry. So, Mr. Praveen Sharma, I'm going to quickly call you on stage and hand this podium over to you. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Praveen Sharma.
I think time is our toughest panelist today, and I've been advised to wrap it up quickly. We'll try to do whatever is possible. Thank you so much, Rashmi, for your warm welcome, and thanks. I'm really honored and excited to be a part of this event, to be a part of this thought-provoking discussion, wherein every expert panelist will be going to share their views, their insights, their perspective on redefining of the workspace operations and design within the budgets and timelines, especially the tight budgets and the tight timelines. So before we start, I just wanted to acknowledge and thanks to the organizer for the excellent efforts put in behind the stage for arranging this event and for actually starting and formulating such an interesting dialogue among all of us. So thank you so much for that. I think that in case if our audience can go from here with a more diverse perspective and then can implement the same on their projects, contribute towards the nation, then this conversation will be successful. Knowledge shared is valuable only when it is being applied. And we will be going to get a lot of insights from all our industrial veterans. And today's insights will be the tomorrow's opportunities. So now I would like to invite the distinguished panelist on the stage. I'll start with the first panelist. He comes with more than 25 years of an experience, and he has traversed every facet of the industry. Started his career with a contractor, then project management consultancy firms, and currently he is actually steering the helm for the design and build vertical at a renowned co-working firm in QSpace. So he is, on personal front, he's a true, you can say, he's a cricket enthusiastic, and but his passion lies in the garage, as he has a collection of 9 stunning bikes in the garage. So please welcome Jitendra Kumar Tyagi from QSpace. Thank you, Jitendra. Can we say that it's a kind of an open invitation for our audience in case if anyone would like to take a ride on your bike? Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Our another panelist is an architect by qualification and visionary by practice. So he comes with almost 28 years of an experience tucked under his belt and navigated the complex landscapes of architecture as well as the interior design. On the personal front, he likes playing squash and badminton. Please welcome Pankaj Kullar, founder, NR Consultants. Would like to invite our third panelist on stage. He has done a course on the ESG. He is basically done an MBA on the strategic management. He runs a BIM-enabled MEP and green building consultancy firm. He is an IGBC and well-accredited professional. He is a BREHA trainer and evaluator. He is a BEE certified energy auditor. He is an ECBC master trainer, EPI certified data center design consultant. So please welcome Samdarsh Nair from an SNC. He, on personal front, he likes collecting the old currencies, and that he has been doing from last more than 20 years. Thank you, Samdarsh. It was a long list actually when I was looking on the qualification part. Our next panelist comes with almost 37 years of an experience and he held the prominent positions while working with earlier with PepsiCo and the Hindustan Times Group. He runs his own top-notch company and providing the services for the engineering and IT services. And on personal front, he likes writing books, and he is an author, and few of the books will be going to get published very soon. Please welcome Puneet Bhatnagar, founder Tech4 Engineering Solutions. And now I would like to call the youngest boy on the stage. Basically, he has he started his career at the age of 6 months. I mean to say that after completing his college, he did job for only 6 months, and then after that, he started his own venture. From the last 37, 38 years, he has been running his own venture now by the name Electro Consultants, and has an expertise in the in the MEP design part. You name the building, especially in the NCR, you will find his name there. Please welcome Sanjay Kaushik from Electro Consultants. On the youngest boy, yeah. So basically, he likes, he's a Bollywood guy, likes watching movie, reading fiction books, and his passion is more towards the football and tennis. Please have a seat. I think the panelists who are there, they are cricket enthusiastic, they are squash, badminton, I think football, table tennis. I think you can start your own sports academy also. So all of them are the sports guys basically. The corporate, by the time you may get settled down, in fact, the corporate fit out, in fact, has been, undergoing with a major and a significant transformation over decades. I mean, driven by the technological advancements, evolving the employees' expectations, hybrid work models, and growing emphasis on the well-being of the occupants. Now, when it comes to the corporate fit-outs, it is no longer basically a traditional corporate fit-out as such. Now it has become a strategic destination that fosters the collaboration, innovation, culture, and organizational resilience. There is a future trend which is being predicted to it. Our experts will be sharing that how probably the future may look like. But what I believe is that when it comes to the future, the corporate may not, only be getting measured with the number of desks or the square footage. Basically, it has more to do with its ability to create a meaningful experience for the people so that they can collaborate, innovate, connect, and then learn. So rest, I think I will leave it on the panelists. In the interest of time, I will start actually quickly. So we have a few, I would like to start because the subject itself is on the design and managing it within the timelines and the budget. So, and we often keep on actually struggling and try to navigate that, how we can come out from that. So a question to you, Sanjay, that how can the organization can strike the right balance when it comes to the high quality workplace design and the budget constraints? Any kind of an innovative initiatives or the ideas which you have?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Yeah, so to balance high quality workplace design and tight budget constraints. So based on my past experience for the projects which we have done, so I feel there are few parameters which we should be considered based on what I have done. So one is historical data. So historical data comes out of doing offices for the last 36 years, and there's always a turnaround cycle of 9 years. So every 9 years you see that offices either get renovated or they shift locations. So the historical data of running that office for 9 years gives you a lot of input on what the new office should look like. So historical data is one. Second is the lessons learned from the FM team. Especially I feel FM team is the one who take the brunt of all complaints and running an organization. And we as project, we finish the projects, we move out, but they are the people who have to actually face the employees and their issues. So whatever they feel was lacking in the project is again, which should be considered in the new design. And then third, of course, is what you get from the landlord. Because if you get the right things from the landlord, a lot of your budgets are controlled and you can use that money elsewhere. So what happens is sometimes you don't get a lot of things from the landlord and you spend that money. So if you can negotiate well and get whatever infrastructure you would like to have from the point of reliability, adequacy, redundancy, and quality, that is one way of optimizing the cost and get high quality design. And third, of course, is the total cost of ownership. So if you can work out the cost of ownership over the next 10 or 15 years from the CapEx point of view, OpEx, after sales service, brand maturity, client feedback, presence, global standing. So there are a lot of other factors, AMC costs, and whether it will be available in the next 10 years, availability of spares, everything else. So if we are able to identify products or systems which can be long lasting and which give you value for money. So sometimes if you don't spend the right kind of money, then you don't get, after 5 years, you feel that you have to replace them. So the selection becomes very important based on the total cost of ownership. And then of course, what you are specifying or recommending, does the client really need it? Is that a requirement of the client, whether they really want to use that technology or systems? Sometimes we try to sell systems or design which may not be required for that application or the office use. And lastly, how will it benefit the client? So whatever we design, does it benefit the client in the way it should? So we should always keep client first and look at the requirements of the client. So these are a few aspects.
Right. No, thank you so much. So what do you think are the most common misconceptions when it talks about the relationship between the design quality and the budget constraints?
Meaning that if you spend more money, you will get a better product. I mean, that's one misconception. So you need not spend more money. You have to spend it more intelligently by optimizing the design, by rationalizing the design, rather than overspecking and try to buy a product which is expensive. That doesn't work.
Sure. So Pankaj, actually, I wanted to check from you on the AI part. Actually, when it comes to the technology, what role you feel that the digital prototyping, the simulation, or the AI can help in balancing both the design, the quality, as well as the budget constraints?
Hello. Yeah, hi, good evening. You know, in fact, on the way when we were coming here, I was coming with my team and was telling them how we started working. We used to work on gateway sheets, do scratching. I don't have to repeat the drawings. We would try to save time. I remember as an intern, when I did my internship, my major part of intern was 3 months of scratching gateway sheets. Now, with this technology, there is so many changes. We don't need to do all that. You know, we can generate 3D views which are more realistic, which client can able to relate to. Even while designing, when we are doing in office, we try to generate a view for everything what we are doing. You know, it helps us also understand what we are trying to do. You know, like today in the morning, we were making a layout, then we suddenly started putting on a view, and we realized what we were made on the layout was very tight, and we had to redesign it on, you know, itself on a 3D view just to understand what is happening. So with AI coming in, there is so much of scope, so much more we can do, and so much we can do, which in earlier days was not possible. So that is one thing. In relation to cost, I would say, you know, things with a modernization, we can now generate drawings which has all layers and all facilities clubbed together. When we are doing a fit out work, your interior details, your MEP details can all be integrated and seen together on a drawing, which was very difficult in earlier times. To avoid changing these changes on site, now it can be practically done on a screen and seen where we are doing around and how to coordinate all the services together.
Perfect. Actually, I'll just put in a pin here and I'll get back to you shortly, because when he mentioned on the AI, some interesting statistics actually I read recently in some of the article that when it comes to the AI adoption, that has been almost doubled in the last 8 months. And 77% of the senior leaders, basically they reports that they, they unlock the business opportunities and their productivity has been gained. Almost 62% of the Gen Z, they're actually coaching the senior leaders on the AI tools. So AI has actually taken a good traction in the industry from the last few months. In fact, that fresh and the young talent, sometimes they, they come with a sense of wonder and the surprises as well. And that will get coupled with the senior leadership team who always ensure to ground them in the reality and wisdom. So completely agree with you.
No, I think what you're making, what you said is right. For us also, we look up to these younger guys to teach us, because we also have to keep ourselves updated with all these technologies coming in. If we are not updated, we are going to lose out, because things are moving in such a speed that we have to be updated with what is happening in technology, everything.
Absolutely.
Even the smallest thing has to be done. I see people generating 3D views in 5 minutes. I would remember somebody doing sketching, it will take half a day or more than half a day just to make a proper sketch.
Yeah.
So that is a drastic change.
Correct. Technology is advancing very fast. Yeah. So Jitendra, I mean, have been talking about that design and the budget constraints. What if we will just add the timeline parameter also to it, and how we will juggle that equation and will still ensure that all these 3 parameters will be able to meet them, maintain the right and the strike balance, basically.
Thank you, Praveen. So if you will add timeline to the into the equation of cost, quality, and functionality, key is to so this challenge will become little more dynamic. So the key is to prioritize the efficient space planning, then to strategize the material. This is one thing, and the most important thing is to have all the stakeholders aligned on day one. All the decision should be taken faster. Once you have the stakeholders from day one and all the critical delivery milestones have been defined clearly, it all helps in. And if timeline is there, doesn't mean that we necessarily have to compromise on quality. It just need, better collaboration. It needs stronger, governance and the sharp focus. I think that is the key to, when we are tight on timelines, we can still do it. If I will give you one example of my career, I was been told to deliver a project of 20,000 square feet for Cambridge University in Jasola for 21 days. The CEO said that Smriti Irani is going to come too, and the vice chancellor was coming. I said I will do it. There were close to 90 workstations and 21 cabins. I will do it, but I need 70% payment upfront. And the CEO asked me, why you want 70%? How does it matter? I said 70% is, if I'll pay my 70% payment to my OEMs, I'll get the material. So I did the work in 21 days. So timelines is not there. It is only about how you govern the project. It is all about governance. Governor, how collaborative you are within the team. That's the key to anything. That's what I feel.
Correct. Actually, there's a misconception that quality is getting more connected with the commercials, the budget.
No, it is all about aligning your stakeholders on day one.
Absolutely.
To have the informed decisions. Like if you will not have the right decisions on time, informed decisions, then there will be always cost overruns. There will be delays in the project. It is all about when you are making a decision, everybody has to be aligned there.
Correct. Anything which you can relate with the hospitality or the product industry? I mean, any learnings from that when it comes to balancing the time, cost, and quality?
No, every clients now want things to be done yesterday, not even today. So we do that, but I think we should be very, very realistic. If we are realistic to them, telling them, they will more happy. One more last example I want to give you. Last week I was in Hyderabad. I won one project of 1 lakh square feet. I was sitting with the global head of that company, and he asked me that you need to do my designing and in 15 days. I said, I'll take 30 days. Maybe you can squeeze 15 days of mine in execution, but I need 30 days in planning, because if the planning is right, you will save on money, you will save on less confusions. And so he liked it and he gave that job to me. stating that one of the partner I'm meeting so many partners, I met the partner who's talking about the planning. So I think planning, we need to educate clients that what is the, importance of planning in any project.
Correct.
Yeah, I want to make a point on that. You know what he say, last thing he said, that we need to educate client. Most of the time we are stuck in a situation where client will take a lot of his time deciding things, and then he wants everything on platter in certain days, like 21 days. We have to tell them these things are not possible. Planning is very important.
No, I actually, in my last 33 years of my career, I have seen that project always fails during the planning stage, during the initial stage. It never fails during the execution or later stage. It always fails. I mean, no planning means no control, simple. So that's what even I have seen overall. So, Puneet, I wanted to check from you that how should the organizations evaluate the long-term ROI of the cost-conscious workplace design when sustainability is also a priority?
Right. Thanks, Praveen. I think I will try to give you a different perspective altogether. When the client comes in, he gives you a capex. He thinks that what would be the run for the next 15 years, what would be the cost involved. So rather than looking at only the capex, the client should see that what could be the payback. Keeping a payback of longer run up to 10 to 15 years, your technology also changes and then you drain a lot. So somebody has to see the total model cost, total cost involved in that. This is what I want to put it as a correction. And how the journey starts. Everybody has spoken about that the client brief. The client brief is never the correct brief. Client gives you X, the architect comes, there is a cost which is there involved, where he is very happy that he is getting his fees, he'll draw it. As a MEP consultant, then things comes to us, then we need to compromise a lot. In the earlier session, the first session, what we were listening, that there are no global standards set for the interior or the architecture part. But, if we see the MEP part, the global standards needs to be benchmarked in the Indian context. Even the Indian codes and standards, what we are trying to follow as of now, we are trying to bypass them. And there is a lot of compromise. There are a lot of fire instances. The cost economies goes heavier. There are a lot of concerns which are coming across to the client. While the maintenance and the facility people, they are operating it, the cost overrun goes to a level where it can't be set off. And then it starts for a retrofitting. So there are a lot of retrofitting jobs comes in. So overall, what I want to say that if somebody has to work upon for a longer ROI, they should look in for the operating cost for next 10 to 15 years, rather than looking a cost on the capex side. Second point, which is very important here, is the client brief, what it gives. Somebody has to, when they plan it, suppose there is a workplace where 100 people need to be accommodated for an operation. Suppose this is the place, you see, so many people are here and we all are shivering. The temperature has gone to a level where we are not comfortable. So the modulation of such things has to happen, and we have to see that how we can reduce the ROI, the return on investment, and educate our client in a way which can help him to, make it much better for his own people. So this is what exactly I can say. There are different techniques through which we can do it. We can reduce the ROIs. The ROI which is fixed for say 10 years, it does not fit in anywhere. So better would be to see that the ROI within 3 years, how does it fit in? So that people like the architects, the planners, the facility planner, even the MEPF consultant, they have to sit together, see that how do we conform to the codal standards, how do we automate a system, how do we make easy way for the people to operate in the well-being of in the interest of the well-being of the people. This is all what I have to say at this point of time.
Thank you so much. Actually, you touched upon two interesting points. I think one was the payback period, another on the related to that facility when you were mentioning on that management part. So which sustainable interventions you believe should typically offer the fastest payback period?
So when we talk about sustainability, I think most of us may not be understanding what sustainability means. It's a term which is on for a longer period. But one has to see that whatever cost of operation today we have with the renewal source of energy. That's what we incorporate. We do the modulation through the automated control, different mechanism which can come in to see for the monitoring purposes, because once you monitor and measure, then only you can apply. So these interventions are very important from the operational point of view, where we can bring in all kind of facilities which can be automated in a way, in a very simple way, and we can control it, measure it. Now these days AI has come in, where the predictive maintenance through AI has become very well. People should know that there are a lot of companies who have brought in from the predictive maintenance point of view. They can see that how they can conserve energy, what kind of incorporation with respect to control system has to be incorporated, and then they should define their sustainability model for the first year. I have seen a lot of companies, they talked about sustainability, and 1 year of operation they failed. They forgot that what does the sustainability mean. So sustainability is something where you're continuing for months, years, and then you can leave it to the other generation to continue for that, and to see that how continuous, through a continuous self-renewal, you are able to bring it much more efficiency, productivity, and other places. Like in a workplace, for an example, if a place is designed for 100 people and there are 60% of people, they are only occupying it, or there is an expansion plan of the client which has to come in to take it to 120, they can work on a shift operation also to economize and to bring their ROI much better. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, can you slightly elaborate a bit on how the smart building automations, basically smart building technologies, play in improving the ROI?
So the ROI with respect to smart building, as I correctly told you, there are a lot of different techniques through which you can reduce your energy consumption levels. You can make the environment more productive. You can control your, the air quality measures. You can have various, like a MEPF consultant, I can say, there would be a recovery mechanism. As we see, earth, water, air, these are certain things which are naturally available. How do we extract the natural source of energy? Like, for an example, this area needs to be cooled. The outside temperature, if it is 26 degrees centigrade, we should bring in that 26 degrees centigrade of air inside rather than running our chiller. Chiller automation can happen in a different way. High COP chillers, what we talk about, we need to see that how do we control that operation as well. So there are many ways through which we can do that.
No, thank you for that. And actually, I would encourage all of you to add on each other's points, and I'll jump in actually to balance the time and clarify the terms if required. But I mean, if I'm asking Puneet, maybe Sandesh, you can also add.
Yes, of course, of course.
So, okay, wanted to check actually, Pankaj, I mean, that when the budgets are constraints, the constraints are there in the budget, how can organization identify a genuine value engineering opportunities that reduce the cost while preserving the functionality, aesthetics, and the overall workplace experience?
See, it's the same thing what Sir just mentioned. In any fit out, the major cost is MEP. It's always MEP which plays the main role in CapEx as well as OpEx. So from day one, as a designer, what one needs to do is incorporate the consultant, sit with them, and they make a design so that we understand what is happening. From day one, we incorporate the lighting, what number of light, what is the illumination level in the office. Again, create the environment which is more feasible to everyone. Environment. So that is what is very important in any to control the budgets.
I know, but you know what happened that, I mean, one part of controlling the budget is the cost prioritization. But again, the question comes that how to prioritize. I mean, what is the benchmark? On what basis you will prioritize? That's also a debatable one.
That is also debatable, but there are budget, in my experience, budget can always be controlled because there are so many different type of materials which are available. Design is something which you can achieve with all different, you have a lot of alternatives to design the same thing. You just need to be intelligent enough to understand what material will come into play at what time. Like Sanjay just said that, every corporate is maximum 9 years. So we have to keep that also lifespan of a fit out also in mind, deciding what we are selecting. We should not over specify, just don't go overboard with our specification. We need to choose the material correctly, incorporate the MEP thought process and the consultant day one, so that he gives us the correct advice, like all these eliminations and how to reuse, how to do the OPEX part. So all those things are very important. More importantly, to make them understand CAPEX as well as OPEX, which 90% of the time people don't consider OPEX. They are just looking at CAPEX figure.
Sure. And any, I mean, just one or two areas where you feel that organizations should avoid cutting corners.
Avoid getting?
Cutting corners.
Cutting corners. They should give us good time for planning. If we don't plan it properly, we will always end up having problems at site. We will always run over cost. We see, end of the day, if we are rushed to make something in 5 days or 10 days or 15 days, mistakes are going to happen. Planning is very important. Client has to understand that if the planning is done properly, even the work executed on site can be done faster. Like he just gave an example right now that, he was able to convince the client that give him time for planning. Execution can always be faster. It is only about managing resources. But if planning is not correct, we'll never be able to achieve the correct.
Last but not the least, I want to add here, like we should avoid jugaad. The cut corners, jugaad.
Oh.
The client, the customer should learn that they should avoid jugaad. The retrofitting has to be stopped. They have to see in a very simple way. The experts should explain them in a right way to make it much simpler to understand that what are going to be repercussions about that. This is what I want to put it in short.
Right, but jugaad is a USP also. I mean, no one can do.
Yes.
In short, what I say, Praveen, it is again standardization of material. And then you need to have all the stakeholders to be aligned while the design phase is happening. I think we all are on the same page. Design is the essence. I would love to take, and wherever I'm going, I'm educating this to the client. Give me 15 days less for the execution, but I need 15 days more for the planning part. And I want each vertical and functional head to be there for me 2 hours a day. I block the calendar 2 hours. What may come, whether it's IT, AB, any HR, all there, and I will spend 2 hours with them for 15 days to have the better layout. And then my MEP consent roles comes in, when everything has been designed so well, the client also know I have to pay you X amount, and X amount is not adding to the extra works, or, and also they have to shift there. The virtual handover has to happen. If I will not give them on time, they will end up paying rent wherever they are sitting.
Absolutely.
So we have to be very, very, precise over that.
You have, a good experience when it comes to, because you started your career with contractor, PMC, interacting with developer, co-working. So you have a diverse, basically, perspective. So can you share any example wherein, the cost-saving measures improve the functionality of the user experience?
So the cost?
Cost-saving features, cost-saving initiatives, rather that improve the functionality and user experience.
Yeah, it always does. If you will do. So if I'll tell you cost-saving things, I've educated one of my clients to have a backnet. So if they've used a backnet, they have saved the guy who was sitting over there 24 hours. The guy was controlling it from the office only. So it has cost time, money, and also he should know which AHUs are on, which AC is on. He used to control everything from the backnet. That's
Sure.
one thing.
Yeah, thanks. Is there any contrarian view on the panel? Okay, Samdarsh, you want to add something?
There is showing time's up.
Okay. Oh, time's up. I'm so sorry. Actually, I think started.
More time.
Okay. So, okay, quickly. We were talking about the budgets. So, what about when the project schedules become highly compressed? And then what leadership decisions the greatest impact will be there on the procurement efficiency, controlling labor cost, and maintaining the quality standards? Pankaj, you want to add on to?
One thing which I am listening from a lot of clients is shortage of labor. And, particularly for MEP systems, we have lot of factory made systems which are simply to be assembled on site. So the other day I was speaking to a Bangalore based firm. So we have these steel buildings which are factory fabricated buildings, are simply assembled at sites. They are doing the complete mechanical, electrical, plumbing installation, only simple assembly at site. There are no welders. They have eliminated the use of welding machines, which are also detrimental to fire and life safety. So, stuff like couplings and all. So, when you see that, the clients may see that the first cost of the material is going up. But when you add it to the cost of labor, when you add the cost of time to it, you will realize that it is actually much faster and much cheaper. This is something which right now, not many architects, not many MEP consultants are focusing on. Labor is definitely a big issue, and it can save tremendous time and cost. And a lot of our clients are now moving towards prefabricated MEP systems, simply assembling at site.
Right, correct. Thank you. Rashmi, I have 5 minutes. Thank you so much. So one last thing, actually. I'm just reading fast. Which BIM workflows you believe are the most effective at identifying the design clashes before the construction begins?
See, we have been using very extensively in India BIM 360 platform, and we of course use the Revit and the Navisworks. So there are of course other systems available, but then it is more of a monopolistic state. However, the biggest challenge, as we were talking about, very little time given to the design phase, and BIM requires time. And therefore, I have done a lot of BIM projects. I did the American Express campus, we did Microsoft on Revit, we did MasterCard on Revit. In my opinion, every project, BIM was a failure because the BIM lagged the design. There were changes happening on a daily basis, and there was a crunch of time. The client wanted to take clash-free quantification also from the BIM, which we could not do because we don't have the time to complete and make a clash-free model. When we try to educate them that, sir, okay, we can do the quantities, the clash-free can be a stage 2, they would not understand that. So I think a lot of, education and awareness needs to go there. I realized that, maybe 3 months went to design, but just proper design planning, the way we schedule construction, there is a construction scheduling, we will not install a ducting before a sprinkler. We will not install a false ceiling before a ducting. There is a phasing sequence. Similarly, there has to be a design sequence as well, so that you can bring true benefit of BIM. Some clients do give time, but they are not properly organized in how they want to execute the design.
Absolutely correct. I agree. And how do you see this digital twins basically evolving in the next 5 years? The futuristic trend.
So see, digital twins happen of something which already exists. You can't create a twin of something which is work in progress. So once a building or maybe a fit out is ready, and suppose if you adopted BIM from the beginning or maybe with the contractor, the as-built BIM model can definitely be detailed with all the facility information as well, which includes, the various, maintenance schedules, the equipment life, the equipment, exact details, manufacturer, kilowatt, etc. And, as we were all listening about machine learning and AI and all, we can get, auto alerts, and the BMS operator or the BIM operator can actually go inside the model, see where what is installed. So that also helps in retrofits, because many a times we have seen the facility just gets completed, and after a week, 10 days, there is a ask to create 5 more workstations, convert a meeting room into some other space, and all of these small things even happen. So that BIM model, that twin, digital twin, can very simplify that process. So I think this is something that even if a client is not adopting BIM as a design journey, they should definitely go for a digital twinning near the end of the project.
Do you see this becoming a standard for the large?
I think so, yes. A lot of people are going.
So I have a small point to add here. The malpractice what we are following in India, including all of us, we talk about BIM, we talk about initial planning. The BIM model is made when the work gets executed as a formality, which we should avoid. We should learn from our mistake that what we are doing for the next generation. We should correct ourselves. We should, right from the beginning, we should see that we should plan our BIM design in BIM and the modeling has to be done in a way where through Navisworks you have a zero clashes. All those incorporation has to happen. We have been talking on BIM for last 10 years in the country, but this is the state. Whatever project you do, I am doing this KNMA Kiran Nadar Museum of Arts. The BIM was made, there were 28,000 defects. AdJ consultant is from UK. We had to remove those 28,000 clashes by simulating each and every services. So that becomes a challenge. And even though it is not perfect today, but this is the irony primarily, and then we always feel that we should correct ourselves. We should see that whatever design and planning we are doing today, we have to stick to the guidelines, rules, and we should not bypass anything. Not just for the sake of doing business.
Sure, completely. Thank you so much. It's reflecting times is up, so I just wanted to take only 2-3 minutes, and I have learned this from Vistas. So would like to go with the surprising and with the rapid fire questions. So Pankaj, function over aesthetics or aesthetics over function?
I would say function over aesthetic.
Samdarsh, smart building or green building?
Smart buildings.
Okay. See, actually, there's no right or wrong answer to that. We just wanted to understand your preferences and
No,
interests.
so I have an answer, shortcut.
Okay.
You know, green building just on paper is no more required. You know, smart building will remain smart forever.
Oh, good. Nice. Nice way of putting
Thank
it.
you for, giving the explanations. That was the thought process, actually. Yes.
Okay. Sanjay, water conservation or energy conservation? Water. I will not ask why to anyone, actually.
That
It's
was
just
a trick question.
Rapid fire, yeah. Jitendra, innovation or reliability? Reliability. Reliability. Aesthetics or maintainability? Aesthetics.
I would say
Because
maintainability.
why I'm saying this, I'm into co-working, I'm into managed spaces. So I have to sell them, showing it. So
I'm into aesthetics, but I
I'm
still
going to be
feel-
honest.
जो दिखता है वही दिखता है. So, right.
So my thought process is wherever I'm getting a building. So like I just got a ASF full building at Gwalpa. So I've told my design team to have the common areas. You may take 8,000 rupees a square foot, I don't mind, but common areas has to be aesthetically well done, and then other things will fall in place.
Perfect, perfect. He is actually representing the co-working. Now, related to co-working only.
I'm more doing design build, by the way.
No, which is okay. But we are representing co-working player. Okay, so one feature every co-working office should adopt from the corporate office.
I think these services, wherein if you will see any co-working or managed office, you see the level of services, be it your pantry boy, be it your technology, be it your workstation, be it your carpet, or anything. So corporate office, what they do, admin, they are always less on budgets. They say, I want to have this done in 2,000 rupees. I think, no. I will rather spend 3,000. I'm not pitching any project. Trust me, any project which is less than 3,500 rupees a square feet.
No, I was asking which thing, co-working office should adopt from the corporate office. Anything you would like to adopt from the that?
I think I don't want to, because they want to work on 2,000 rupees and I don't want to. Trust me.
Okay. Puneet, contingency in cost or contingency in time? Puneet, put contingency in cost or contingency in time? What would you like?
Contingency in time.
Or cost?
Cost or time. I don't believe in contingency.
Okay.
My point is whatever has to be made should be perfect from proof of concept to proof of commissioning. Otherwise, there is no reliability of the experts like us.
Okay. Sanjay, innovation in design or reliability in execution?
Pardon?
Innovation in design or reliability in execution?
Innovation in design.
I mean to say that it's an architect-led vision or the contractor-oriented practicality. I mean, in other words.
Has to be architect driven.
You are an architect. That's why.
I think it has to be blend between both of them.
No, it's about vision.
But I think both will work together, will make a better office. I feel that way. Because I want on both sides of the table, so I'm saying.
Okay, so Puneet, fast delivery with minor defects or delayed delivery with zero defects?
For me?
Puneet.
What
Okay, I mean, Santosh, you can also answer.
So what's the question? Faster?
Fast delivery with minor defects or delayed delivery with zero defects?
Zero defects, obviously.
Zero defects.
Yes.
Delayed delivery is fine.
Yes, I said proof of concept to proof of commissioning will only happen when you have zero defects. And not for today, but at least for next decade.
Okay. To add on to this,
That's
now,
right.
Praveen, if I'll give at any facility which is zero defects, I'll have a repeat business. Trust me. Client will forget I've delayed it, but he will always give me the repeat business, saying that the office is very good and he has to maintain it.
Perfect. So remember us. Pankaj, premium material with few features or mid-range material with smart tech integration?
I think mid-range testing with smart.
With smart tech integration. Okay. Last, Santosh, for you. Lead certification or well certification? You are both.
Well certification.
Okay.
The reason? No.
No, I don't want to ask a reason.
You don't want the reason, the time is up. No reasons now.
I mean, that was the intent. For rapid fire question, I don't want to ask why. I just wanted to.
He's so right. Now the client is asking for more wellness certificate than the lead certification. They're more concerned about
See, the bottom
employees.
line is that the building is made for people. And they should, of course, be at the center of what we are designing. So, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. The microphone is the most powerful seat in the room now. So over to audience. In case if you have any questions, any suggestions, any comments, any friendly disagreement, then all our expert panelists are here. Who has the first question? I think everyone is hungry.
I think everyone is tired now.
Who has the last question? No one? We are lucky panelists. Okay. So anyway, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much. We must all thank him only not for their knowledge, for their expertise, but for your candor also. I mean, to how comfortably and frankly you were sharing your thoughts. So thank you so much for your candor as well, apart from that knowledge which you shared. And thanks for being a part of this conversation. Thank you so much.
That was an absolute knockout. I don't know how did you come up with this. I kid you not. I and my colleague were standing there answering to your questions, and we still had two different answers, and we were debating between each other, like aesthetics and maintainability. He chose aesthetics, and I chose maintainability, and we were still arguing over that. That was really brilliant. Thank you so much for concluding it so amazingly. Thank you so much, Praveen. I'm going to quickly call on stage Mr. Ashish Kumar from Boon Edam and Saurabh Agarwal from Welspun to please come in and give us a small token of appreciation from our end. If y'all can just come forward for a quick photo session. We'll just take a A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I know they had a difficult task, but thank you so much once again, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Now, before we retire for the night, we have these two gentlemen with us, which we are genuinely honored to have them in this gathering. They are distinguished veterans who have dedicated their lives to serve our nations, and we are just amazed that they chose to spend their evening with us here tonight. And I would love to call on stage Mr. Rahul Sequeira and Indrajit Sauji to felicitate these two gentlemen that I have the honor and pleasure of inviting on board this platform. And I would love to call on stage Air Vice Marshal, retired Air Vice Marshal R. K. Radhakrishnan from the Indian Air Force, and Commodore retired Satbir Singh from the Indian Army. It is an absolute honor and a pleasure to have both of these individuals. If you all have time, you all should meet and talk to them. It's just a small token of gratitude for our end, for the exemplary service that you've provided to us, sir. Absolutely, absolutely, sir. It's all yours.
So first of all, thank you so much, the organizers and Rasmi. Well done.
Yes.
It was a wonderful coordinated and MC work done by you. And thank you for recognizing us. We are grateful to you for looking into this. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. With this, I'm going to round of applause for them, for the gentlemen who are there with us. With this, I'm going to quickly call on stage. So Featherlite has... What? ये किसका है? अपने क्या फिर? So Featherlight's only condition for this particular lucky draw was that when the draw happens, the person has to be in the ballroom. So now, since there is limited number of people, I think we have more chances. So let's see what names come out in this lucky draw. Satish, I'm gonna give you the mic over to you. The mic.
Okay, so we are here for the lucky draw, and let's check who the lucky person would be. But before that, just to introduce, on the right side we have Akul Khanna, who manages Featherlite operations in NCR. Akul, you want to talk about two showrooms we have?
Yeah. So hi guys. So most of the people have left, but whoever are here. So I handle the operations in NCR, and we've got two showrooms. One is in Noida Sector 11, and one is on MG Road. We would love to host any of you there. It won't take too much time. I think let's get on with the...
So Akul, you can just pick the lucky draw, and you don't have to see the card. You got to look somewhere else, and you are trying to make evening for one of the lucky person. The condition is this gentleman or the lady needs to be here, or else it moves on. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Vaibhav Jain, CA Vaibhav Jain, Mehra Goyal and Co.
Vaibhav, are you there? Vaibhav Jain is not there. So we park this. Let's go ahead for the next.
Jahangir Khan.
Jahangir Yar Khan. Okay, wonderful.
And he was the last one to put the card.
Please come over, sir. So let's give him a big round of applause. Please, aaiye. Let's take one photograph. Let's take one photograph.
Yeah, I have the card. I'll coordinate. Sure.
You will speak.
Yes,
I have
we
my
will.
number.
Yes.
Don't send me an email. I've cut out.
We'll reach out to you. Sure. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so for everyone, the winner is Jahangir Khan, and let's hear from Mr. Jahangir Khan. How is he feeling? Yeah, Mr. Jahangir.
Chair.
That's a lucky chair. That's already been disclosed.
Thank you so much. I guess I'm the lucky guy because I was the last one to put in my card. I wasn't very sure, perhaps if I'm here on time or not. But thank you so much. It's been a very kind gesture on your part. It's a great honor. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.